In the very heart of this world stretched the central continent, the majestic Arcadia, destined in the future to become the most powerful empire, unmatched by any. Neighboring these blessed lands was the continent of Truvelia, where the most diverse races and monstrous creatures lived side by side. Orcs, who had long hidden in the impenetrable depths of ancient forests, for an unknown reason suddenly united, developed at an incredible speed in a very short time, and began a merciless conquest of the entire continent. Humans, who desperately resisted the green-skinned invaders in a bloody war, only with incredible difficulty managed to hold a fragile victory. Crossan, the legendary hero of that troubled time, led his valiant troops to triumph, training countless knights using his unique method of mana training, unparalleled anywhere else. But as soon as the bloody war ended, greedy aristocrats and envious priests, who had long envied the hero's boundless glory, made a mad decision to exile the celebrated warrior. It seemed that at that fateful moment, the power-hungry aristocrats did not even consider the catastrophic consequences of their reckless act, and it is quite obvious that after very little time the Second War unfolded, this time with dragons. The strength of human warriors was no longer what it had been before, for the true hero had left them along with his loyal knights and devoted followers. And again the human race found itself on the very edge of complete extinction, balancing between life and death. In the end, the people of Truvelia, driven into a hopeless corner, had to resort to dubious dark spells of forbidden magic. They summoned from another world a powerful otherworldly entity, which was supposed to replace the exiled hero of former times. And although the battle turned out to be incredibly difficult, and several times more desperate than ever before, the newly emerged hero named Demigod still successfully defeated the bloodthirsty red dragon who unleashed this merciless war. In the end, at the cost of countless victims, the long-awaited victory was still achieved. However, due to its excessive stupidity and short-sightedness, humanity was doomed to step on the same rake again and again, failing to learn lessons from the past. The events shift to the continent of Truvelia, in the remote, dense forests of the Eastern Army. There, on the frozen ground, lay a lifeless warrior whose mutilated body was greedily devoured by flocks of crows. The sinister birds struggled to pull off his heavy helmet. These scavengers had already eaten so much of his flesh that they even managed to peck out the eyes from the empty sockets, leaving only bloody gaps. At that very moment, somewhere in the impenetrable depths of the gloomy forest, a fierce battle between humans and monsters continued. In the end, the warriors still managed to defeat a whole pack of werewolves that suddenly ambushed them. After that, the surviving fighters hurried to get out of the cursed forest. They sensed a fading trace of magic, so they needed to identify the exact location of the princess as soon as possible and protect her. However, suddenly, a frightened warrior called his commander, pointing with a hand, numb from fear, at something terrible visible in the distance near the sinister bushes. When the other fighters cautiously went there, they saw with horror many dead bodies helplessly sprawled on the frozen ground. These corpses were clearly not fresh, already touched by decay. But what frightened the squad captain the most was that he had absolutely no understanding of what exactly had happened to these unfortunate people and how they met their demise. The warlord quickly scanned their mutilated bodies with magic. However, he found no direct traces of the kidnapped princess, to his deep disappointment. Nevertheless, the entire area around these corpses was saturated with incredibly complex dark magic, with chaotic mana vortices and traces of chemicals. Apparently, these fallen warriors were the pitiful remnants of the escort of some important aristocrat carrying a precious cargo. However, unexpectedly, the experienced scout nimbly climbed a tall tree, carefully examining the entire surrounding area. He was convinced such an exquisite level of forbidden magic is not characteristic of Truvelia or any other remote region. Although the perpetrators desperately tried to hide their tracks, most likely Arcadia was involved in this treacherous attack. The strangest thing was that there was not the slightest trace of resistance or struggle on these dead warriors, and this means that most likely the unfortunate ones were subjected to a banal hunt, where they did not even have a single chance for rescue or survival. Of course, Kuslan did not immediately understand what exactly his insightful friend was hinting at, and asked him to explain more clearly. Then the scout recalled exactly how the daring kidnapping of the royal princess had happened quite recently. Still, she was kidnapped as an act of daring rebellion. This crime was committed by the illegitimate son of the Duke, who had completely despaired of gaining recognition. Obviously, this information allowed the captain to quickly understand. This very bastard had entered into a secret conspiracy with the enemy people, betraying his homeland. However, even if we accept as true that the Knights of Arcadia were involved here, it still remained unclear who could have hunted these experienced warriors so mercilessly, leaving them no chance. And to great regret, the experienced scout had only one possible course of events, but far from the most pleasant to hear. Following the fading trail of the princess's magic, the warriors accidentally trespassed into the cursed territory of a monstrous monster. He was an outcast of the dragon race, and one of the most powerful monsters in all of Trevelia. At the same time, this ogre was also the very fiend who captured and mutilated the poor princess, while mercilessly carrying her fragile body from the palace through the night darkness. However, what was also reliably known about this bloodthirsty ogre was that he never, under any circumstances, left his unfortunate prey alive, reveling in the killings. Obviously, everything came together. If the trail of summoning magic ended precisely in this cursed forest, then there was simply no chance of saving the princess. It was a true curse of fate. So the captain needed some time to thoroughly think everything over in his troubled mind and piece it together. But what was extremely strange was that the monster, who never left anyone alive, suddenly hunted here in the dense forest, without leaving a single obvious sign of murder or dismemberment of bodies. Therefore, the commander could only tirelessly pray to all known gods that Princess Leonie was still alive against all odds. Many years later, a small group of merchants cautiously advanced along the winding route of the Peyran Trade Guild. Obviously, many of them were openly panicking as the sun was rapidly setting beyond the horizon, and they had hopelessly gotten lost in the thicket, which was obviously dangerous, considering that utter darkness was about to fall. Baxter, an experienced caravan guard, carefully analyzed all the space around to detect any lurking danger in advance and prevent disaster. When they were finally lost in the forest thickets, Baxter decided to directly ask Peyran how many times exactly they had traveled this treacherous path before. Obviously, the experienced guard assumed that this was the very first expedition of the merchants. After all, if they had known exactly how winding and dangerous this path was, they would surely have hired many more armed guards. Of course, Peyran desperately tried to calm the worried Baxter. After all, they were not some inexperienced newcomers in the trade business. As is known to wise people, even rivers and mountains change drastically over 10 long years, transforming beyond recognition. At that moment, Baxter's battle comrade approached him, cautiously assuming that the traders were not lying, and the terrain had indeed radically changed under the influence of some external factors. However, suddenly, looking straight at his unsuspecting friend, Baxter hissed warningly through clenched teeth, ordering Tilyuk to step back immediately. Immediately after this grim warning, both guards swiftly armed themselves, and the fastest decisively rushed forward, straight towards the ominous forest thicket. And just then, the first bloodthirsty werewolf appeared, baring its fangs. So Baxter, without wasting a single minute on hesitation, immediately fiercely attacked the creature, and with one powerful blow, cut open its soft belly. But of course, everyone found it extremely strange and frightening that this monster was wearing orc battle armor. So everything indicated that the traders had fallen into a deadly trap. These two experienced guards firmly ordered the frightened merchants not to panic under any circumstances, and to gather as closely together as possible in a group. If they rashly separate from the main group, most likely they will be instantly devoured by lurking creatures, torn to bloody shreds. After that, the entire group of brave guards stood up to protect the defenseless merchants, intently peering into the impenetrable forest, where it was even frightening to guess the exact number of lurking werewolves. Finally, the experienced fighter, now alert, sharply felt the rapid approach of numerous enemies from all sides. A whole hungry pack of armed hyenas in armor fiercely rushed at a small group of guards, consisting of 4 brave men. Each of the warriors distributed responsibility and took on one fierce monster, trying to deal with it as quickly as possible, not allowing the others to break through. However, to great regret, thanks to the sharp claws of one wounded hyena, they still managed to seriously wound Tilyuk in the head, causing his protective helmet to immediately fall off his bloodied head, striking the ground with a clang. Pressing the bleeding spot with his gloved hand, the wounded man immediately plunged his sword deeply into the soft belly of the cursed animal, making it howl in pain. It was clearly visible that Peyran had completely panicked, for although he expected that various monsters could live in the wild forest, these creatures turned out to be too strong and organized for ordinary beasts. And Tilyuk, ignoring the lamentations of this frightened fool, roughly ordered him to be silent immediately and not to interfere with the fight. Obviously, those lying merchants shamelessly lied that the path through the forest was completely safe, and for such a vile setup, they deserved a huge amount of gold as a fine if they did not die here. The leader of the whole group, the experienced Baxter, warned his battle friends and frightened merchants. The monsters still alive are now scared and cowardly, hiding in the shadows of the forest, waiting for a convenient moment. However, suddenly everyone heard a loud, frightened neigh of a horse, tearing the silence. Perrin quickly discovered from which side the noise that scared the horse was coming. So with a trembling hand, he pointed the necessary direction to Baxter, and immediately after that, they saw with horror a huge troll, who, having fed on the slaughter, leisurely emerged from the impenetrable thicket of the ancient forest, shaking the ground. The giant, without hesitation, found a huge mossy stone nearby, lifted it from the frozen ground with his muscular hands, and immediately threw it with all his might at the miserable humans who had boldly trespassed on his territory. To the greatest happiness, the experienced shield-bearer managed to raise his shield in time, miraculously deflecting the crushing blow at the last moment. If the boulder had hit the target, it would have killed the entire crowd of defenseless merchants in one sweep, who were now panic-stricken and huddled into a miserable heap. By this fateful moment, Peyran fully realized the scale of his mistake, but at the same time understood even 10 experienced mercenaries, let alone a whole 100, would hardly be able to kill such a powerful enemy. Baxter, with his last strength, restrained the all-consuming fear, feverishly analyzing the critical situation. The fact that armed werewolves appeared before the mighty troll clearly indicated that they worked as a team and helped the giant hunt humans. The troll was now leisurely looking around and sniffing, which looked as if he was trying to find some other heavy object to throw at the humans. Considering that the monster acted quite skillfully, Baxter assumed some deserters from the army might have secretly been training trolls in the remote forest. This meant that they did not just accidentally fall into a trap on the way. They were being hunted deliberately. However, the most terrible thing was that none of those present could say for sure. Would they even survive this night? The captain of the guard firmly ordered the fighters to gather all the merchants together and protect them to the last breath. At the same time, he asked Tilyuk for help, to distract the troll if it decided to throw something heavy again. Of course, Tilyuk perfectly understood. It was too risky and insane an idea to fight the troll head-on. They could very well just abandon these deceitful merchants to their fate and run. However, it was obvious that Baxter would not have suggested something so risky and reckless if he did not have a well-thought-out plan in mind and in reserve. He suggested to his comrades to find the right moment when the troll would be distracted by something else. Then, they could quickly slip between its massive legs and attack the unprotected spot. Something similar had been done before with Tilyuk on the bloody battlefield more than once, so the maneuver was well practiced. Of course, Tilyuk was extremely frightened and worried. He would sincerely prefer to die here and now, rather than experience that indescribable horror he felt in the war with dragons once again. However, since the captain had already decisively rushed into reckless combat, the ordinary soldier had not much choice, only to follow the commander. The closer Baxter ran up to the giant, the more carefully he looked at the troll itself. And he noticed the troll was not even looking at the approaching warrior. The monster was completely disconnected from what was happening, staring somewhere into the distance. At that tense moment, some monster suddenly appeared from the impenetrable thicket of the forest. Gaining enough speed, it crashed with all its might into the massive troll, and the power of the blow was truly enormous. The monster immediately fell with a crash onto the frozen ground. Of course, Baxter immediately slowed down, desperately trying to understand what exactly happened and who attacked the troll so swiftly. At that very moment, the monster itself began to be seized by convulsions after the received blow. The approaching Tilyuk apparently thought it was the commander who managed to kill this giant with one strike. However, they clearly saw the monster, which now calmly sat atop the carcass of the killed monster. Having dealt with the giant, it got up as if nothing had happened, after which it leisurely headed towards the frightened people. However, it did not even touch them. Instead, the stranger looked around, carefully studying the surrounding area. When he noticed the dead hyenas, he approached one and pulled off a mask resembling a muzzle. And then, most strangely, as if obeying animal instincts, he began to sniff it. Looking at such unusual behavior, no one had any idea what was happening and what this monster was even doing. The only one who understood what was going on was Baxter. The friend obviously did not judge for ignorance, since Tilyuk was a city dweller and therefore had not heard the legends. And although he had lived a long life, he had never encountered anything like this. There was a sinister legend. In this cursed forest lived the fiercest monster of all existing. They say if you meet it, a person will not get out alive. And these very terrifying monsters were considered ogres. Now, looking at the monster in front of him, no one believed their own eyes. After all, there were only a few ogres in the whole world. However, among other creatures, they had no equals not only in agility and strength, but also in sharp mind and predator's persistence. Of course, Baxter could not even imagine that he would encounter a creature he had only heard about in scary stories. At that moment, the merchants completely panicked, not understanding why the mercenaries stood frozen like statues before the monster. The thing was that Baxter simply did not know what to do, try to run away or not resist at all. However, it seemed that even if he ran, he would in any case become a snack for this creature. But the most amazing thing was that, looking at the people, the ogre thought about something and nodded calmly. After that, he extended his hand to Baxter. After all, he saw how hard the fight had been for him. Therefore, he asked the people not to be afraid, because he could lead them from the forest to the city. He hoped that the people would not fear him, because despite his appearance, he was of the same blood as the people. After that, the ogre introduced himself. His name was Leon, and he was a half-blood, a human, and an ogre. It turned out they had wandered to the southeast of Trevelia, into the kingdom of Arnia, which bordered Helprane. It was here, in a remote forest, that their village Peron was located. The overseer carefully looked around from the tower towards the forest, so that in case anything happened, he would immediately notice if someone came. And the one who came was Leon, whom the watchman at first did not immediately recognize. Following Leon, merchants came out of the forest, stretching their stiff bodies after a long journey, rejoicing that they had managed to avoid death. The head of the trade guard carefully looked at the huge fences surrounding the village. This fence was clearly made to fight monsters. Finally, seeing the gathering of people, the watchman recognized Leon. Surprised, he had been missing for several days. The young man calmly greeted his old friend and explained that he had brought merchants who had delivered goods to their village. These merchants got lost, and Leon found them while gathering firewood. And as far as he knew, the merchants had an appointment with the elder. And although the overseer believed his friend's words, no one had warned him about a visit at such a late hour. Moreover, he was worried. These could be bandits pretending to be merchants. Of course, Perrin got angry that they were suspected of such things and hastily explained. They got lost in the forest because they deviated from the path drawn by the elder. From these words, the guards traveling with them quickly realized Perrin lied to them. He really was walking this trail for the first time. But in any case, the overseer in the watchtower needed proof that these people were merchants. Otherwise, they could be sent away. He was not going to risk the village's safety. Of course, Perrin immediately shouted, demanding that the village elder be called to him. At the same time, Leon sighed heavily, rubbing his head aching from the man's shouting. In the end, he tried to explain. For the village's safety, these people were exactly what they needed. After all, he had recently heard troubling rumors from deep in the forest that someone had tampered with the road, so the help of these people was very timely. Besides, he saw no reason to worry. If these people really brought trouble, he could always beat them up. In the end, thanks to these words, they were still allowed through. However, the entire people froze in fear in an instant. Fortunately, when they were let inside, they were finally able to rest. Stopping in the village of Perron, the elder, upon hearing the story of the merchant Perron, just laughed. Not believing, Leon really threatened the merchants that, if anything happened, he would beat them. After all, as was known, Leon was a true, kind-hearted man. Only then did Peiren finally calm down, and was very glad that he managed not to perish and to reach the village safe and sound. The only ones who suffered were the mercenaries, which was very unfortunate. Baxter decided to ask about the barricades that surrounded the entire village. Of course, he understood that the village was located in a remote forest where monsters often appeared. However, these measures still seemed too harsh. Baxter understood that he might be wrong, but the village looked as if it was preparing for war, and to his surprise, the village elder fell silent, only calmly bowing his head to the ground. Even Leon was surprised. After all, he had never heard the word war. At the same time, Peiren was indignant at Baxter, because he was too persistent a guy who always needed to get to the truth. At that moment, the old man carefully examined those who had come to him and realized Baxter was a representative of combat mercenaries, possibly connected to Kincaid. But with a smile, he explained to the visitors that war was a terrible thing. In his years, the war was an attempt to escape from the clutches of orcs who enslaved humans, but by uniting, humans still managed to carry out a sacred revolution. For this reason, the man now believed that wars were only unnecessary destruction and bloodshed for selfish purposes. Leon, however, had no idea what war was. However, from the village elder's story, it really sounded terrible. The elder himself very much hoped that such a tragedy would bypass their village. After all, this village was built on the sincere desires of the people. However, unexpectedly, Tilyuk stepped forward and loudly struck his glass on the table. He felt that the elder was engaging in useless sophistry, talking about the sincere desires of the people. In essence, they were just using a convenient cover to hide the real weapon of war. Of course, he could understand that the barricades looked harmless and protected their village. However, Leon was a very dangerous being. Even though he spoke humanly, Tilyuk had never in his life met anyone who could crush a troll with bare hands like a nut. However, it seemed the villagers did not understand. A threat had crept in far more serious than war. Obviously, for someone like them, the war with Kincaid was a very painful topic. Therefore, the guard needed proof that Leon was not a weapon, and that this creepy half-blood existed in a single copy. Obviously, even the other warriors and merchants somehow treated Tilyuk with contempt. After all, calling Leon creepy was a bit strange. Even Baxter thought that his comrade was clearly overdoing it by treating Leon, who had helped them, that way. Leon himself, having listened to these people, only calmly nodded. Because of his naivety, he did not understand at all what people were so strongly opposed to. However, he perfectly understood that they could not accept him. He hoped that he could prove he posed no threat. Perhaps then these people would leave and not spread rumors that their village was dangerous. And fortunately, the ogre had a way to convince them otherwise, so he suggested that Tilyuk talk with his mother. Soon, they went outside and entered a distant house located deep in the village. There sat a white-haired woman at a covered table reading a book. While they were approaching the house, Tilyuk felt a somewhat unpleasant smell. It turned out to be the smell of Leon's urine, which he had sprayed around because it repelled monsters. Finally, having reached the house, the hero knocked on the door, warning his mother of his arrival, after which he carefully slipped through the doorway. He apologized for being late, implying that he had some important matters in the village. Tilyuk immediately began to peer in, trying to find out what kind of woman was in the house. However, how low his jaw dropped when he saw Madame sitting there. The golden-haired beauty herself greeted her dear son upon his return. The events moved back many years. Then some commotion began at the watchtower of the village Perron, and the village elder hurried there. It turned out the caretaker discovered something behind the barricades, so the elder ordered them to report the situation. No one yet fully understood the obvious reason for what had happened. It turned out that some ogre had come to their walls, whom the village elder could barely make out. However, when he saw his eyes, everything became clear in an instant. Of course, the headman was quite frightened, as were all the others in the village. However, they could not attack, so the elder ordered everyone to immediately lay down their weapons, lie low, and not provoke this creature. After all, the elder, having lived many years, had clearly seen this monster in the book about monsters. It was the forest wolf, the legend of Trevelia, the main killer of the continent. Or this monster was called Lobo. Of course, the old man did not understand why, out of all possible places, this most dangerous creature in the world appeared to them specifically. This ogre was capable of jumping over any barricade, so perhaps they would need siege weapons. The overseers clearly understood that Lobo's arrival here was not the most surprising thing happening. They had been observing this legendary predator for quite some time, and it behaved extremely strangely for a bloodthirsty monster. For several long hours, it simply stood motionless, like a stone statue. Of course, the village elder did not expect to hear anything like that, and the guards desperately tried to interrogate the old man. Was it said in that ancient book about monsters that perhaps the ogre needed something else besides bloody hunting? However, nothing of the sort was recalled. Therefore, the elder cautiously looked around the fence again, watching their unexpected guest. He could not even imagine what this fierce creature from legends might need. However, catching the elder's gaze, he immediately pointed with his clawed paw at something near his massive legs. It was a bundle of fabric in which the very Princess Leone was carefully wrapped. Right after that, he turned around and hurriedly left the village forever, disappearing into the forest thickets. The wardens watched cautiously for a long time in the direction where the mighty ogre had galloped off, to make sure he would not return for the prey. And looking down at the ground, they saw with amazement a man lying near their gates. And when they noticed that the woman's hands trembled slightly, they quickly realized she was still alive. This woman was now, at the present time, in a hut outside the village waiting for her son. When Leon entered the cozy room, he saw that his mother had prepared his favorite cheese and fried ham. The mother tenderly gave her son a spoon so that he could eat his fill, and the others, watching the half-blood sit down at the table, stood like statues, not knowing what to say from the shock. Leone immediately apologized to these people that they had traveled such a long way, and she did not even have anything to properly feed them. If her son had warned her in advance of their arrival, this unfortunate misunderstanding would not have happened. However, he hurried to explain to his mother that bringing these people was a rather spontaneous decision made on the go. The woman herself, looking carefully at the torn clothes of the arriving people, understood. They had come after a long and difficult journey. She even thought that her son might have accidentally harmed them, so she promised to scold her son for it. However, Leonie was genuinely curious to find out. Why had they come here at such a late hour? The men stood for a long time, mouths agape, staring at Leonie with wide eyes. The first thing Tilyuk noticed was her refined accent, so everyone immediately began to guess where this mysterious woman was from. After all, only influential aristocrats and members of the royal family spoke with such a noble accent. Therefore, obviously, the first thing Tilyuk thought was that the inhabitants of this disgusting village had brought a prisoner here against her will. Leonie only sighed heavily, having understood everything from just one suspicious look from Tilyuk. She already suspected why he had come here. Moreover, whatever they heard from him would surely blow up into a real, loud scandal. Leonie immediately apologized for her son's inappropriate behavior, promising such a thing would not happen again. She did not know exactly what these people wanted to hear from her, so that they could finally leave her alone. Of course, Baxter immediately noticed her words sounded almost like veiled blackmail. However, Leonie ignored this remark. Noticing their distinctive marks, she realized the visitors were members of the trade guild. It seemed that in this case, they could easily come to an agreement on everything. Tilyuk, of course, immediately protested, making it clear to his leader they had nothing to discuss with these people. No matter the circumstances, he, being a member of Kincaid, had to find out the truth at any cost. Baxter decisively silenced his unrestrained friend and calmly explained to Leonie her son saved them from certain death. Therefore, they agreed not to mention anything about what happened in the forest. However, Tilyuk still did not understand why a person like Leonia continued to stubbornly hide in the wilderness. Moreover, he urgently needed to know the reason why she bore and gave birth to this vile half-blood. Of course, the woman made it clear the guy crosses all possible boundaries while in her house. However, he simply could not believe that the woman was so pathetic. She hides her existence in such a wilderness and simply doesn't have the strength to look at the chaos of the outside world. After all, even now, somewhere on the battlefield, their people are being cut down like cattle. By this time, the boundless thirst for conquest had inevitably reached even the demonic races. Tilyuk would never be able to forget what these bloodthirsty demons did just to take a tiny piece of land for themselves. And now, he even met a disgusting half-blood in this god-forsaken wilderness. In his opinion, It would be much better to look at the valiant shield-bearers of Hellprine than at these miserable people hiding from the world and no longer able to listen to these insulting words. Even the patient Baxter firmly ordered his friend to be silent immediately. However, ignoring the comrade's words, Tilyuk decided to find out directly. What exactly does their village hide behind its high barricades? And most importantly, he was eager to know, why did a woman of such high status so calmly accept the monster's seed? And although Leonie perfectly understood the doubts and righteous indignation of the young man, she categorically did not want to talk about these painful things. Looking at the worsening condition of his beloved mother, Leon panicked greatly and rushed to help her, but Tilyuk would not calm down, demanding explanations from the woman. Why did she accept this monstrous choice and now carry this disgusting hybrid? Seeing how these cruel words continued to rapidly worsen his mother's condition, the half-blood could no longer endure the tension. Leonie perfectly understood how this dangerous conflict could end. However, it was already too late. The ogre raised his powerful hand and gave a ringing slap to this insolent man. He flew off at such an incredible speed that he even broke through all the walls of the house they were in. And when the half-blood looked at his hand, it was covered in the blood of the man he had struck. He himself did not understand what monstrous force he had put into that blow, and obviously panicked greatly upon realizing what he had done. At that very moment, Leonie fell to the ground in fright, begging her little son to calm down and regain his composure. At the same time, Tilyuk, who was struck by the hero, was already lying on the street on the cold ground, choking on his own blood. His loyal comrade Baxter stood up to defend him, decisively arming himself with his battle sword. Obviously, the young half-blood immediately rushed to his mother, trying to lift her up in fear, and Baxter could not leave them alone, and immediately approached the ogre with his blade ready. Seeing this, he immediately panicked and began desperately begging that this man not touch his poor mother. However, this formidable blade was originally aimed not at the woman at all. According to Baxter, this sword was meant to kill the one who did not even look like a human, after which he rushed forward attacking the enemy. Of course, the frightened Leonie immediately screamed, trying to get up and shield her son with her body, begging him not to lose control and come to his senses. Baxter hurried to calm the woman. She should not worry. He would not inflict fatal wounds on the youth. He only wanted to subdue him. However, when he turned around, he realized it seemed he had drawn his sword in vain. At this fateful moment, the half-blood finally lost control over his human nature and completely gave himself over to the wild instincts of the ogre. And moreover, at that moment, his mighty body began to rapidly regenerate, so there was not the slightest trace or scar left from the man's blow. In principle, it was not surprising that the wound healed so quickly. After all, the young man was partly an ogre. This meant that weak attacks could not harm or cause him pain. At that tense moment, Baxter noticed that the paw aimed at Leon was moving in the direction where his mother lay. He was already afraid that the boy had lost his mind so much that he would now harm Leon too. But instead, grabbing the man by the cloak, he immediately threw him out of his house with one motion. Right after that, he jumped out after him, landing heavily on the cold night ground. By the time the predator raised his head, Baxter was already firmly standing on his feet. He realized the guy, even in a state of beastly madness, was cunning enough. Apparently, he preferred open space, more suitable for his large body to maneuver. As a result, a fierce fight broke out between the two. The warrior avoided enemy attacks in every way, dodging claws. However, during the battle, he began to understand. It seemed the young man chose open space because he was afraid that his powerful movements might harm his mother in a confined space. In the end, no matter how much he attacked the young ogre, he could not touch or wound him. Only later did the experienced warrior notice. He did not hit Leon because he perfectly copied all his moves. Like a mirror, the mystery remained. How did he manage to learn this sophisticated technique in such a short time? At that moment, Tilyuk, having come to his senses, looked back at his comrade in battle, deeply worried about him. This was not surprising, considering how fierce the battle was being fought right behind his back. However, at that moment, Leonie herself came up to Tilyuk, leaning on her reliable crutch. She only looked at the young man with contempt. After all, if he had behaved like a human, not like an aggressive beast, this would not have happened at all. In the end, after another attack, the half-blood began to gradually come to his senses, regaining reason. Baxter, frankly speaking, was amazed by the incredible abilities of the young monster. He copied all his movements after seeing them only once, and even developed the perfect countermeasure. And all this was in the berserker's unconscious state, in a frenzy of rage. If it were not for the protective pendant that Baxter had with him, the boy would surely have killed him on the spot with one blow. But still, it seemed incredible that such a small item could control a fierce ogre. It turns out, this pendant was given to Baxter by Leon herself, who found the only remedy capable of calming her son's raging soul. However, the warrior warned, as a member of Kincaid, he had no choice but to tell everything. He had to reveal to the world about the dangerous half-blood monster who risks becoming a weapon of war. But still, he promised that he would not tell anyone anything. He was encountering such an interesting monster for the first time and might overdo it, for which he offered his sincere apologies. Still, he realized Leon was just a child in the form of a monster, but at the same time, he was sane and well-mannered. And for saving them and his mother, Baxter promised to keep his mouth shut. At that very moment, the most frightened Leon heard the comforting voice of his mother behind him. She stood with open arms, calling him to her, for it was already time to rest. The late night was outside. Of course, the young man immediately approached and embraced his mother tightly. He, unable to hold back, wept bitterly. It seemed he himself was frightened by the monstrous power he possessed. And Tilyuk, lying on the ground, still could not come to his senses. Despite the sharp pain in his body, he still continued to lie there and curse this village and its inhabitants, who hid such dangerous secrets from the world. By morning, the hut was already whole and unharmed, as if untouched by destruction, and Leonie was carefully preparing lunch for her son, leaning on her reliable crutch. In the end, the table was set truly luxuriously. It was adorned with a variety of dishes, and the woman herself kept anxiously glancing out the window, waiting for her boy to finally come home. At the same time, Leon was somewhere in the impenetrable thickets of the forest. The young man was leading the merchants, showing them a safer path to civilization. Mr. Perrin was a little indignant. After all, the return road turned out to be even more difficult and confusing than the original route. Even Baxter himself thought that the half-blood was trying too hard to avoid the slightest dangers, choosing an incredibly long detour. However, he hastened to explain, they were taking the detour not only for safety. After all, thanks to his ogre nature, he could listen to the mysterious voice of the forest itself. However, what this ancient forest whispered in his ear, the young ogre preferred not to voice for now. He only led the people further and promised that they would soon get out of the thicket, and there the path would become much easier and safer. But still, the travelers were puzzled by the boy's excessive caution. However, no one dared to contradict the guide, so everyone obediently followed him along the winding path. The merchants also kept nervously glancing back at the wounded Tilyuk, whom they were carrying on their weary backs. After all, he had foolishly provoked an enraged ogre, but fortunately, they managed to sell a significant portion of the goods, so the load became much lighter, and carrying it was less burdensome. However, the porters sarcastically reminded the fighter that transporting his wounded body should also be generously compensated from his personal purse. Leon himself calmly walked ahead, making his way through the thickets. He was thinking about many things when suddenly Mr. Baxter approached him. From his emaciated face alone, the ogre immediately understood that this man was clearly having a hard time walking such a thorny path. The half-blood sincerely apologized for not thinking of this beforehand. After all, he had walked this beast trail many times and was long accustomed to it. However, the young man promised that very soon they would get out of the forest wilderness, as the scent of his native village was growing closer and clearer. Of course, the merchant was pleased with this comforting news. He was already quite tired from the endless marches. However, Baxter was much more concerned about the young man's exhausted condition. After all, he had been on his feet since night. He had to personally repair the hut destroyed in the fight. However, Leon was not troubled at all by physical fatigue. Throughout the long journey, he continued to think ecstatically about the adventures Peyren had told him about, and about distant cities, of which he had only a vague idea from their enticing scents. For the travelers, it was astonishing that the young ogre had never heard anything like it before. However, it soon became clear that the villagers deliberately avoided such stories in his presence, and even his mother preferred to remain silent about the outside world. Peyren perfectly understood their cautious position. They simply did not want the naive child to be exposed to the harmful temptation of the cruel outside world. However, the merchant believed that it was precisely harsh hardships and deprivations that truly made people hardened and resilient. Leon only smiled gratefully in response, explaining that Peiran's success story also incredibly appealed to him. Especially thrilling was the journey from a poor street trader to a prosperous merchant who sold all his goods. Therefore, the half-blood was extremely curious. Would he be able to achieve the same dizzying success himself? Would he have the necessary grit to survive in the ruthless city? In the end, Baxter decided to take a risk and ask directly why the boy had never been beyond the borders of his native village. The warrior was worried that the stubborn elder simply would not let him go beyond the barricades. However, the matter was not at all about this. The outside world always enticed the young man with its unexplored mysteries, but staying here was his own conscious choice. Sometimes it seemed to him that the strong barricade of the village was built precisely because of him, not because the villagers watched over and protected him. Simply beyond these walls, no one will meet someone like him with open arms. And besides, obviously, Leon did not want to leave his poor mother all alone. After a difficult childbirth, she began to walk very poorly, which in principle is not surprising given her condition. Moreover, although Leonie never showed it, the locals knew perfectly well that she was of noble royal blood. So even the ogre himself still couldn't understand how his mother ended up in these god-forsaken lands. Obviously, Leon blamed only himself for this, believing that his mother had to give up her high status and privileges for his sake alone. Therefore, he simply could not leave and live as he pleased, forgetting about his duty. Moreover, living side by side with people, he also learned a lot. Before, he only dreamed of fresh, raw flesh, like some wild, untamed ogre from legends. Having heard this sad story, Baxter remembered their very first meeting deep in the forest. He became curious. Had anyone warned the young man in advance that the trading caravan was approaching these parts? However, he hastily assured Baxter it really was just a coincidence. However, his nervous agitation betrayed the not very plausible lie. Reflecting on this, Peiran clearly understood. Although not everyone here appreciated that Leon heroically saved their lives, if they were driven by some secret motives, it was better to honestly talk about it right away. Therefore, the frightened ogre finally had to explain that their meeting had nothing to do with the bloody war and was not something sinister. Still, in the dense forest near the village, a dangerous band of wild orc bandits was hiding. As is customary for orcs by their wild nature, they traveled in a close-knit group. There were not many of them, but still enough to pose a serious threat to lone traders or small mercenary squads. Of course, they did not pose a mortal danger to the most fortified village itself, but it would be far worse if these bandits cut off the vital supply deliveries to the settlement. So Baxter finally understood the true picture. Leon deliberately kept everything in the strictest secrecy. Moreover, he marked his territory around the village so that monsters would not recklessly wander there. However, one fine day, the orcs and the trail suddenly vanished without a trace. The young man believed that the matter could be in strengthening the village's defensive walls or increasing the patrol. But still, no matter how much he tried to explain it rationally, it seemed obvious. When he grew up and matured, his formidable presence as a forest ogre caused panic and fear among the other monsters inhabiting this thicket. From this entire frank story, Baxter could draw only one obvious conclusion. The young man selflessly protected travelers for the sake of his fragile reputation in the village. However, this was not entirely true. More precisely, it was not the only reason for his vigilance. Still, in recent troubling times, the orcs began to behave extremely strangely. They tamed gnolls, those very fierce werewolves, and even methodically changed the usual forest landscape. In the mysterious voice of the forest itself, anxious notes of growing panic were constantly heard. However, Leon asked those who came not to worry too much about it. He was firmly convinced that everything would be fine. After all, such things had happened far from the first time. In the worst case, if something serious did happen, he himself would be able to deal with this threat. Just as his detailed story ended, they finally reached the city gates. So Leon warmly thanked the merchants who bravely endured this thorny path through the dangerous forest. At parting, Peiran only sincerely thanked the half-blood for watching over them all this difficult time. This unexpected meeting meant a lot to him. It was especially important for Peiran himself. because now he owed his very life to a representative of a completely different species. And the merchant very much hoped that the boy's cherished dream of exploring the big world would still come true someday. Of course, in the ogre's gaze, it was clearly visible that he doubted these rosy prospects a little. However, the merchant encouragingly asked him not to worry. After all, his first tentative steps into the outside world might turn out to be even easier than he imagined. Once Piran met a colorful troupe of traveling performers, and there were all sorts of people. They proudly called themselves Circus Noose, traveled around the world, and earned good money from their shows. The experienced defender of the transport company was quite surprised that Piran was interested in such common folk performances, for he had heard ill rumors that the leader of this circus was not the most sane showman. In the end, everyone good-naturedly laughed at the dreamy Piran, and it was time to part ways for good. Leon only warmly said goodbye to his old friends, waving to them kindly. After that, he turned back toward the dense trees from where he came and silently prayed fervently that everything would be well with the village. Immediately after this, Leon suddenly became alert, anxiously staring into the impenetrable forest distance. And without thinking long, he swiftly jumped back into the thickest thicket of this dense forest. Then the boy involuntarily recalled events from 8 years ago. At that time, he, together with one of the kind villagers, was watching the pigs grazing on the outskirts of the village. Then this man decided out of curiosity to find out how old the boy had turned this year. Leon, who still couldn't speak properly, hesitantly showed 5 years on his fingers. So, obviously, the man sincerely admired how big and tall this little boy already was. However, then he gently tousled his shaggy head, noticing with a smirk, the boy was far too big for an ordinary 5-year-old. He should eat less, or else he already looked 10 years old. At the very same time, Leone was already cutting fresh pork for dinner, and the man, who was vigilantly watching over the herd, gently ruffled Leon's hair again. Looking at this unusual boy, he involuntarily recalled his own sorrowful childhood, when he irretrievably lost his family, his native home, and everything he had because of a greedy lord and his cruel knights. He desperately fled into the dangerous wild forest. At that time, he was just a tiny child, wandering aimlessly through the thicket for a long time until he accidentally came across a cozy forest clearing. Thus, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the village of Perron. Hearing this sad, heart-wrenching story, Leon immediately tenderly hugged the man, desperately trying to comfort him, and he, thoughtfully looking at the kind boy, perfectly understood, both for his own family and for himself in the past, this modest village had become the only saving place where they could find the long-awaited refuge. Perhaps the reason was that all the local residents shared the same unbearable pain of loss. Soon, recalling these touching moments, the ogre finally returned home. However, he saw with horror how his entire native village was mercilessly blazing in a furious fire. However, there were no obvious signs of monsters nearby even felt. Because of this, the young man suddenly panicked, anxiously remembering his beloved mother was in the village. However, listening to the surrounding sounds, he realized with relief the flames had not yet reached their house. The half-blood immediately began to cautiously look around towards the forest from where the ominous flames came. Unfortunately, it was not just the smell of ordinary fire coming from there. Someone had deliberately set a bonfire and thrown fragrant incense into it. Perhaps they were desperately trying to hide the true smell coming from the burning village. Of course, the ogre was eager to know who was behind this atrocity, and why did they mercilessly set fire to the peaceful village. But first, Leon needed to hurry to save everyone who was still alive. But at that tense moment, he heard a faint, familiar voice behind his broad back and quickly turned around. It was the very same Uncle Nelson with whom he had spent his entire peaceful childhood. And now he was badly wounded in the shoulder, had lost a leg, and was bleeding heavily. Of course, Leon immediately ran to the dying man, desperately trying to help him. However, he fully understood. He did not have much time left in this cruel world. The frightened ogre, panicking and sobbing uncontrollably, promised that he would immediately take Uncle to the village and definitely heal his wounds there. Nelson himself was glad that the boy had arrived not too late. He asked him to urgently go to the village, but strictly warned, whatever he saw there, he must definitely keep his sanity. With these last words, he finally lost all his strength after which he irreversibly died from a monstrous loss of blood. Leon sat over his lifeless body for an unknown amount of time before finally realizing he needed to go search for other survivors in this hell. However, memories of a carefree childhood and kind Uncle Nelson did not allow him to think rationally. Hot tears treacherously welled up in the young man's eyes. However, he still had not completely lost his reason. At this tense moment, the archers continued their furious barrage, aiming behind the fortified barricades of the village. It turned out that a large-scale assault of various monsters coming out of the dense forest was underway against the peaceful village of Perron. They even dragged siege ladders with them to climb the high walls to the defenders. Therefore, the commander leading the warriors instantly ordered everyone to prepare and open fire. First of all, they needed to shoot at the trolls who were raising heavy ladders to the fortifications. However, despite the captain desperately trying to hold on, he was extremely agitated. He could not understand where such impressive military training came from for a handful of primitive orcs. Who taught them this art of siege? But suddenly, the watch scout saw something extremely strange in the rear of the enemy army. There was a formidable horseman who had saddled a huge, fierce hyena and held a spear resembling a cross in his muscular hands. Judging by the impressive size of this monster, he did not quite resemble an ordinary ogre. Moreover, until that moment, they had never encountered monsters that managed to tame a wolf beast. Only the captain managed to identify the creature that had arrived as an uruk, a rare variety of orcs from distant wastelands. Such seemed to be found on the battlefields of Truvelia, but they could not possibly be here in this wilderness. The commander quickly informed the guys that this was not just another raid of wild orcs. However, suddenly, while he was talking to them, one of the fighters was struck dead by a spear. It was the very spear held by that Uruk horseman. A human head was tied to the end of the shaft, and some kind of letter was also attached. While everyone panicked, desperately trying to stop the bleeding of the wounded comrade, the captain fearfully looked back behind the fortress wall. He saw an enraged Uruk who could not wait for those little bastards to finally come out to meet him. Meanwhile, the assault continued with the same fury. So the commander decisively ordered everyone to first aim at the siege ladders. They must not allow the enemy to climb over their defensive walls, for that would mean inevitable defeat. As a result, the archers immediately began a massive barrage on the enemy, while the spearmen fiercely threw down monsters, trying to break through the mighty gates. The assistant of the leader observing this massacre was struck by how people were taking down their brave fighters. He made his leader Uluk understand, as long as he had observed the miserable people, he had not seen such power for a long time. At that very moment, the captain himself took his reliable crossbow and aimed at the enemy. In the end, Uluk's close advisor was killed by a precise arrow shot straight to the head, and the enraged Uluk lost his temper even more, raging at those damned people. At that moment, he, turning on his beast, gave a formidable signal to his army of monsters to attack, and the warriors, who finally helped the wounded friend, carefully untied the mysterious letter from the blood-stained staff. However, the message was written in the Orc language, which was unknown to them. When Uluk stepped back, the orcs began to lead someone bound with heavy chains. Then the onlookers could horrifiedly make out 3 people who had weakly dragged themselves behind them in chains. However, before their commander noticed them in the distance, he ordered the archers to prepare a massive volley of fire on signal. The benevolent observer hastily stopped him when he suddenly recognized their younger warriors who had previously gone on reconnaissance. Of course, if they had started firing, they would have killed their own brothers, along with the monsters. Therefore, the captain immediately ordered the troops to cease fire. After all, these vile monsters were using their people as a human shield. At that moment, the enemies, placing the captives in front of them, began to gradually and confidently advance towards the massive gates. Of course, everyone panicked, not understanding. Where did the monsters get this trio from? Where did they manage to capture their people? However, there was no time to delay. The enemies were sneaking towards the barricades. Therefore, the warriors persistently urged the captain to make a decision before it was too late. First of all, he sent his loyal spearmen into battle. They, descending from the wall, held the gates to prevent the monsters from breaking inside by force. Everyone understood perfectly. If they broke through, the inevitable end would come to all the villagers. So the defenders were ready to stand to the death. Only one young lad cowardly sat trembling behind the sandbags. So the commander angrily scolded him. There was no time for fear. The gates had to be sealed immediately. However, The boy could do nothing about his terror. He only trembled with chilling fear, not understanding why he was surrounded by such fools. Of course, they fought monsters many times, but there had never been such a large-scale attack. Fighting was pointless, because the monsters came here for a specific reason, and they will get what they want at any cost. At that very moment, they had already prepared their mighty battering ram, with which they began mercilessly pounding the fortified gates. The warriors held on desperately, but their strength rapidly left them with each new crushing blow. The monsters, however, who were extremely determined, clearly understood they would soon manage to break inside. Moreover, they were convinced Uluk did not lie to them. He was truly a hardened monster in battle. Therefore, those who decided to help him agreed to keep their promise and assist with his bloody hunt. The prisoners at that time simply lowered their eyes to the ground, having no strength to look at the unfolding nightmare, but everyone expected at least some decisive order from the captain. However, he could do nothing, for he continued to look at his son among the prisoners, and everyone obviously understood his unbearable pain. He hesitated because of his own son. However, they had no way to help him. If they start firing now, a tragedy will occur, so they simply had no choice. In the end, the man with a heavy heart ordered everyone to open fire. However, he warned that he himself would not be able to shoot together with them. The fighters apologetically excused themselves to the captain, preparing for the deadly barrage. But Uluk only laughed contemptuously at the weakness of these miserable people, for he clearly saw the guilt tormenting their faces. However, before the volley occurred, Leon swiftly appeared on the battlefield with his mighty axe. Immediately after that, he landed heavily right behind the monsters, blocking their further path. Uluk was clearly pleased that this ogre spawn had finally shown itself. However, at the very moment the half-blood landed, he immediately took several monster lives with one sweeping blow. Of course, everyone was on alert when Leon appeared on the battlefield. At that very moment, the orcs turned to their leader to understand. What should they do now? Their prey swallowed the bait. So the time came for the next treacherous step. This also meant they no longer needed the hostages, so Uluk instantly attacked the villager Derek, mortally wounding the young man in the chest. At the last moment, he looked at his appearing friend, who stood like a pillar, not believing that all this was happening in reality. However, the lifeless body of the comrade left no doubt. Those who dared to come with war had truly mercilessly killed him. At the same time, Uluk looked far too self-satisfied for someone who had so senselessly taken someone's life. Obviously, Leon immediately lost control of himself in righteous anger and instantly rushed to attack the intruder. The latter wielded his blade in every possible way, trying to somehow hit the opponent, but unsuccessfully. During the fierce battle, the orc quickly realized the boy possessed the technique of a knightly order and was capable of many tricks. But due to Leon's inexperience, Uluk still managed to wound him in the stomach and throw him back. But even after such a painful wound, he still landed firmly on his feet, not allowing himself to fall, after which he examined his bleeding wound, waiting for the ogre's blood to begin healing it. Even Uluk, looking at the youth, understood he had not dealt him a strong enough blow. And this was his deadly attack, meant to cut even an ogre in half. After that, the self-satisfied monster mockingly decided to ask the hero, how does it feel to receive such a serious wound for the first time? Surely it was unbearably painful. Or perhaps he was simply in shock from the speed of his own regeneration. However, when Leon did not respond to his provocative words, Uluk finally went mad. Thinking the boy had lost his tongue, but ignoring all his useless shouts, the half-blood immediately rushed into battle with renewed strength. He finally began to fight, obeying only his wild instincts. In the end, with a single precise attack, he managed to knock the mighty Uluk off his feet, and looking at the panting opponent, he finally realized the true strength, agility, and talent of his enemy. Obviously, some miserable thug could never compare to a real ogre. However, fortunately, he had prepared something else for this case, so the monsters lying in ambush immediately began to envelop the hero with their spiked chains. Moreover, these chains dug deeper into his living flesh with every movement, so even powerful regeneration could not help here. After that, they began to bind him by his arms and legs, every part of his body. And of course, caught in this treacherous trap, Leon could only weakly growl in pain. The approaching Uluk triumphantly explained it was an orcish trap, from which even a troll could not escape. However, obviously, no one expected that this would be enough to deal with Leon forever. But Uluk was pleased by how the boy was suffering now. However, he warned the prisoner. He still had much to endure in his miserable life. After that, Uluk left and led the remaining prisoners with him. Looking at these miserable people, Uruk could conclude the ogre was very different from his wild kin. Unfortunately, he became an obedient little beast for the miserable creatures called humans. Therefore, he decided to mercilessly kill them right before Leon's eyes. Of course, seeing the suffering of his comrades, he immediately trembled, desperately trying to come to their aid. However, the cursed trap cruelly restrained him. Uluk perfectly understood how unpleasant it was for a half-blood to watch his masters die a miserable death. Obviously, Urk knew very well. Leon, even possessing the strength of a wild beast, would never get rid of his weakness before humans. Immediately after these mocking words, he brought another person forward to also kill him in front of the bound hero. Right after that, the monsters holding the chains immediately tightened them to cause the ogre unprecedented pain. Watching his suffering, Uluk only laughed contemptuously, explaining to the young man he would root out his insignificant human core. In the end, only the monster's shell would remain in him. However, the ogre was no longer allowed to let this scoundrel commit lawlessness. Leon jerked, and despite the hellish pain, tore off Uluk's hand with which he held his spear. Immediately after that, the hero himself took the weapon, and despite the intense pain, he firmly stood on his feet. All because until the last moment he remembered his uncle's words, his request that the boy keep himself together no matter what he saw in the village. Looking at the fury with which he defended his friends, Uluk was convinced of the vicissitudes of nature. After all, it was originally embedded in the ogres. The stronger the smell of human blood became, the more furious and uncontrollable these beasts became. Frightened, Leon denied this cruel truth. Leon desperately wanted to understand. Why did this orc come here and create all this madness? However, he only laughed ominously in response, drawing the hero's attention to the trembling rising from the very depths of his wounded soul. Now the smell of orc and human strangely mixed simultaneously in his blood. Uluk did all this exclusively to awaken the true wild ogre. After all, he himself, like Leon, was a despicable half-blood, rejected by both worlds. Watching the battle below, the archers still cautiously remained on the walls. But unfortunately, they didn't hear a single word about what these two were fiercely talking about between themselves. Uluk himself admitted with a bitter smile. He had never even imagined before that in such a godforsaken place, a half-blood ogre was growing, the offspring of the most formidable monster in the whole world. Moreover, he found it quite amusing that Leon had never wondered why no one had come for his soul with revenge yet. After all, such monsters do not remain unpunished forever. Looking at these two opponents, the observers involuntarily recalled the grim nature of the wasteland orcs. They came from the once sacred battlefield of the interracial conflict. These were the barren, scorched lands of Truvelia. It was here that the mercenary half-breeds, descendants of orcs and humans, became famous. They inherited the strongest traits of both these races, distinguished by unparalleled mastery of weaponry, impeccable teamwork, and even skillful guerrilla warfare. However, they could reproduce only with the help of a lost magical method from ancient times. Therefore, there were very few of them. Each was a true rarity. As soon as the bloody war ended, they were mercilessly cast out without means of subsistence, like an unnecessary tool. They could survive only by procuring food through dangerous hunting of the fiercest creatures of this world. However, one day, defending their hunting grounds from encroachments, they encountered the infamous ogre, Leon's father, and simultaneously the continent's chief killer, whose name was whispered with horror. Of course, the orcs fought with all their might for their lives in that fateful battle. However, to their misfortune, only a single fighter survived. And now he, the last of his kind, alone, bore the name that once proudly represented an entire mighty race of warriors. For many years after that bloody massacre, the survivor methodically scoured the remote forests in the kingdom of Armia. He clearly heard the ominous rumors about the offspring of his people's enemy, and was in agonizing anticipation of the day when the long-awaited revenge for the fallen brothers would be fulfilled. That is why now all the monsters attacked the hero so fiercely, so as not to allow him to rest. even for a moment. Leon defended himself with the chosen spear as best as he could, putting all his strength into every strike. However, the monsters cleverly positioned themselves around him, attacking from all possible sides simultaneously, leaving no blind spots. In the end, a real, bloody massacre broke out, in which the young guy was forced to exert maximum effort to avoid completely losing the last remnants of his sanity. Many panicked, not understanding. What is so desperately pressing against some kind of semi-ogre? Looking at the whole happening slaughter, one could say they were only wasting their precious lives in this meat grinder. The archers continued to watch everything attentively from the height of the walls, but the captain simply did not know how to help the fighting young man in such a situation. Suddenly, one of the sharp-eyed archers noticed how the entire orc army was rapidly converging on Leon from all sides. He once offered to help the besieged fighter. It was clearly visible that despite all his superhuman strength, he was having an incredibly hard time against such a horde, mostly because of the treacherous orcish traps that repeatedly enveloped his body with spiked chains. In the moment when the hero was tied up again, the fighter Uluk himself swiftly leapt down on him from above with his formidable sword. He wanted to knock the opponent's head off with one crushing blow, ending it once and for all. However, since he deftly dodged at the last moment, he only managed to graze his shoulder with a glancing strike, and Leon, without much thought, immediately after that fiercely attacked in response, not allowing the enemy to approach him again with impunity. Thus, in a fit of rage, he tore off both of Uluk's hands right at the root, and he, like a madman, just kept laughing scornfully, as if his pain did not trouble him. Then the half-blood, unable to hold back, severed his body from his legs with one powerful swing, and the force of his strike was so great and destructive that the Uruk's body, like a weightless rag doll, immediately fell backward onto the blood-stained ground. It was clearly visible. Despite the fact that Uluk had irreversibly lost his limbs, he was sincerely satisfied with the work done. He saw that the time had finally come. His revenge was fulfilled just as he had dreamed. The one whom Leon had suppressed within himself for a very long time, with all his might, had finally awakened in all his beastly power. And in the end, all those who had carefully watched over the ogre throughout his life would soon witness his terrifying and true monstrous form. All that Uluk had strived for so persistently was for everyone to turn away from Leon and abandon him. And in the end, he was left completely alone, just as Uluk himself once was, because of the legendary Lobo who exterminated his people. In the end, the other orcs, realizing that their leader Uluk had already given his life for revenge, decided to hastily flee, understanding that without him, they would never defeat the enraged half-blood. Immediately after their inglorious flight, the villagers cautiously came out onto the battlefield. They began anxiously looking over their wounded comrades, desperately trying to bring them to consciousness after the brutal battle. Of course, they also hurried to Leon himself to check his condition after such an exhausting slaughter. The captain realized with relief Leon was alive. However, he was extremely surprised that he survived such an incredible number of attacks. They all became shocked witnesses to the countless blows and torn wounds inflicted on him by the orcs. And in that short time it took them to reach the lying Leon, many of his wounds had already managed to heal without a trace, so he really was a descendant of that very legendary ogre. However, the villagers were still worried. Would Leon cope with the treacherous poison that was generously smeared on the orcs' weapons? It was capable of killing even a mighty troll in minutes. There was much to ask the young man. However, the still-living Uluk hoarsely made it clear they did not need to wait until this monster woke from oblivion. They could ask all their questions to him, bleeding, lying here on the cold ground. Of course, the people were amazed that Uluk was still alive, and yet the captain had ordered to make sure that he had already left the world of the living forever. But the mutilated monster hurried to explain to the humans he had already lost too much blood. His death was near and inevitable, so they could just interrogate him one last time. After all, he was no longer tied to this life. What was the point of hiding anything on the threshold of death? Of course, the warriors persistently asked that the captain not engage in dialogue with him at all. Uluk had managed to unite even the motley rabble of orcs. That meant he was extremely talented and dangerous. However, the captain was interested in that very letter that Uluk had sent by arrow. It was not written in the Orcish language. That meant the message was meant to be read by Leon himself and no one else. But the commander was curious. Why was Uluk so hostile towards the boy? After all, in his short life, the young man had never left this forest. He could not have gone to the distant wastelands to offend this formidable orc in any way. Therefore, the captain was eager to know. For what reason exactly had Leon become their main target in this bloody attack? However, the injured Uluk only sneered contemptuously. He imagined how people would change their attitude towards Leon when everything became clear. But still, since his revenge had been fulfilled as planned, he generously decided to answer their question one last time. Apparently, miserable people thought they had securely hidden this half-blood from the world. But they were deeply mistaken in their naivety. They simply cowardly closed their ears and eyes to the truth and hid behind this impenetrable wall in the wilderness. Therefore, they simply did not know the greatest killer of the continent had gone on a rampage nearby again. The cause of his righteous anger was the awakened blue dragon that threatened the whole world. Of course, everyone who heard about this was terrified to madness, not understanding why the ancient dragon woke up right now at such a time. Moreover, everyone was well aware of the fierce nature of ogres. A typical adult specimen will resist until the very end, even if it inevitably means death. However, one day, a monster known as the greatest killer unexpectedly came to their walls in peace, as if tamed. It was precisely from this mysterious moment that Uluk's unquenchable obsession with revenge began. He found out that the reason why Lobo suddenly calmed down was some human woman. Uruk approached that village, following the scent. That very distinctive smell of the killer's blood was deeply imprinted in his memory forever. Therefore, Uluk felt that he had to find the half-blood at any cost. He gathered the orcs and methodically combed through the entire forest. He even created a perfect labyrinth of paths that outsiders simply could not pass through, and erected barriers in which they blindly wandered. Yet they could not change their bitter fate, and the reason was extremely simple. The forest where people settled originally belonged to Uluk himself as hunting grounds. However, he found it extremely amusing to watch how people remained ignorant and hid this half-blood, allowing him to grow and mature peacefully. The more the dying man spoke, the more the captain understood. Perhaps revenge for his people was not the main goal of the Uruk. Perhaps he simply wanted to make Leon an outcast, as he himself had been all his life. Lonely and rejected. Soon, when the wounded body finally healed thanks to regeneration, the young man began to slowly come to his senses. He woke up, alas, not at the most convenient moment, for at that moment, everyone gathered around the elder was tensely discussing Leon's fate. They perfectly understood. Although Leone had excellently trained the boy, giving him humanity, even his true beastly nature was not fully controllable. Leon could seem like a sociable and kind young man, but it was unknown when he would bring real trouble upon them by his very existence. Moreover, if he became more like a wild ogre, it was unlikely they could restrain him with their modest forces. Still, even Uluk and his organized army could not suppress the enraged Leon. Of course, thanks to him, the village managed to overcome this crisis and survive. However, if something went wrong in the future, the boy could turn against the very villagers. The captain bitterly declared, for the sake of protecting one child, the entire village risked the lives of all their families. However, suspecting that Leon had already awakened and was listening, the elder strictly ordered to immediately stop dwelling on this painful topic, for it would lead to nothing good. But the captain stubbornly would not give up. After failing to protect his own son from death, he simply could not lose an entire village because of someone else's child. He was fully aware the elder did not want to get rid of this child, but they urgently needed to take some measures. For if what Uluk said was true, very soon, whole hordes of dragon hunters would come here for his soul. But the old man still stubbornly tried to calm the heated commander. Although they all shared his grief, the fate that befell poor Baxter did not concern the 13-year-old child. He was completely innocent of the nightmare that happened, and since Ken was one of the elders, he had to understand what was the priority for the whole village. However, he continued to insist persistently that they needed to take some decisive measures before it was too late. He shouted so loudly that the elder had to calm him down by force. Everyone was worried the boy might hear their harsh words. Leon himself, who had been pretending to be asleep all this time, perfectly understood that the incident was entirely his fault. Because he had lost control, the village council quarreled among themselves, and he bitterly wondered why everything had happened so tragically. Moreover, he could not understand why his father was exactly the Great Ogre, a legend of terror. He hated it with all his soul. At that moment, everyone finally realized that Leon had long been awake and was listening to them. Therefore, they hurried to him to help him get up. In the evening, after thanking for the caring treatment, the boy asked the old man not to worry about anything. After all, he was recovering quickly thanks to his nature, and was already on his feet, ready for anything. However, the old man was much more worried that they had told Leonia about what happened too late. Given the difficult circumstances, they simply did not have time to report the massacre to her. And moreover, the village elder reminded the boy, no matter what anyone said behind his back, he was the true savior of the village. The old man was very proud that they had such a mighty protector as him. After that, he kindly sent the youth home and asked him, upon arrival, to brew the healing herbs that were given to him, and to drink one portion with each meal for a speedy recovery. The hero sincerely thanked the old man once again and went on his way. His soul greatly hoped that all the wounded who remained inside would also recover and survive. Although the young man desperately tried to keep his composure, he clearly felt the heavy gazes directed at him from all sides. No one saw him as the former half-blood boy anymore. Everyone saw in him his father, the legendary Lobo, the continent's killer. Until the son returned home, Leonie anxiously stood outside the house late at night, waiting for his return and refreshing her head a little in the cool night air. Of course, when Leon saw her there, he was extremely frightened. He immediately ran to her, reminding his mother that going outside the house was dangerous, especially in the middle of the dead of night. However, Leonie sternly ordered her son to stop and calm down a little. After that, she made it clear she was fine, nothing to worry about. It was quiet around, but that was not the most important thing right now. When she fell silent, frozen like a statue, the boy became even more worried. Leonie wanted to discuss the fact that her son had decided to face the disaster that had befallen the village alone. Although she had warned him more than once, doing so was absolutely forbidden. However, she heard that kind Nelson tragically died beyond the barricade, and suspected. Because of this, her son's heart trembled and darkened. And in principle, it was not far from the truth. When the half-blood recalled their old times together, Uncle constantly repeated he wished his own child were like Leon. At that very moment, the young man apologetically excused himself to his mother for making her so worried. However, the truth is, when he saw Uncle dying, he simply could not bear it. Mother knew perfectly well that Nelson was like a father to him. However, even when the man was on the brink of death, he still asked that the boy keep his wits no matter what. It seems he feared what Leon might face in the village, or the truth that this fateful day could reveal to him. Immediately after these painful words, old memories related to her kidnapper giant flashed rapidly through Leon's mind, and the boy pleaded that Mother finally tell him who was his father. Where did he get all this beastly nature and cursed power? However, the woman sharply asked her son to immediately stop talking about this painful topic. Immediately after this, she convulsively grabbed her head, barely holding back sobs, begging for forgiveness from him for her weakness, after which, due to the stress experienced, she began to rapidly lose consciousness. And Leon hastily caught her in his arms, not letting her fall to the cold ground. At this time, the events shift to the Kingdom of Serene, more precisely, to the lands of Baron Bills, who ruled his domains with an iron hand. The Baron was informed that the large-scale dragon hunt was suddenly interrupted without explanation. However, this sounded quite unrealistic for such an important event. However, the Baron himself always found it obvious. This hunt was a waste of precious resources and human lives. It seems everyone forgot why this hunt was ever forbidden in ancient times. All the time they babbled about traditions and honoring the wishes of ancestors. And no matter how much the Baron told them about this, the arrogant lords simply did not listen to him. Moreover, obviously, they could never compare to the true power of the sacred Helprine, no matter how hard they fought. And they only wasted their strength in this senseless endeavor. Therefore, the Baron still could not understand what was the point of searching for the blue dragon in the darkness of the forests. Nevertheless, the knight perfectly understood. The sacred order to mobilize the kingdom's forces could not be ignored, But still, the Baron was extremely reluctant to give up his dear knight Hermann, who had saved him from all sorts of troubles and intrigues more than once. The loyal knight himself promised his lord that he would do everything possible so that there would be no reasons for regrets on their native lands. They would diligently fulfill the obligations imposed on them by the crown, and if they demanded more sincerity and zeal from them, he would skillfully buy time for maneuver. However, as the Lord had predicted with his wisdom, many strange things happened on this hunt. So Hermann was quite impressed by the foresight of his ruler. After all, the investigation really revealed interesting information about the half-blood, half-human, half-orc. The Baron suspected this from the very beginning and was glad. The money was not spent in vain, and the sacrifices they made on the altar of war would not be in vain. Immediately after that, the Baron sent his knight away from the chambers with a commanding gesture, and he, leaving, only maliciously promised his lord, "Wait a little longer, and very soon the proud head of Leon will join his luxurious trophy collection." After that, he put a hood on his head and went outside. There, Tilyuk was already patiently waiting for him with a grim face. However, as soon as the warrior saw the approaching knight Hermann, he immediately asked him to stop at a distance. The whole reason was that it seemed the noble knight thought so highly of himself that he considered mercenaries to be some weaklings and obedient tools. But the mercenary still noticed that 3 armed warriors were trailing them closely. They could serve as both guards and spies at the same time. However, in either case, Tilyuk was categorically not satisfied. After all, they had agreed to keep the matter in the strictest secrecy. Hermann immediately looked back, watching the people who were cautiously observing him from afar, and then he sternly scolded Tilyuk because his insolent rudeness crossed all possible boundaries. He had to know his place in this world, and if he did not want to part with life before starting the work, it was better to keep silent. Tilyuk, hearing these arrogant words, understood. The knight considered himself strong enough to handle the task alone, but he reminded him their target was still, although a half-blood, a real ogre. Killing him in the forest was not as easy as it might seem. However, he did not care at all about difficult tasks. Only one thing mattered in his thoughts: the result at any cost. Somewhere at the same time, Leon was wandering through the dense forest and eventually skillfully climbed a tall tree. From there, he admired the mighty walls of the nearby city in the distance. The secrets that this city held obviously attracted the young half-blood monster with the unknown. However, there was no time to daydream. He needed to hunt for dinner, or it would soon get completely dark. Still, obviously, after the villagers rose against Leon, no one was eagerly waiting for him at home anymore. In the end, he rushed among the tall trees and eventually caught up with a wild boar, fleeing in terror. The boar, almost crying from fear, rushed out of the forest until it reached the steppe zone, and Leon had already jumped down on it, recalling along the way. When did he learn to hunt so skillfully? It all happened as if by itself. His mother always carefully avoided this topic and did not teach him anything animalistic, so that he would remain human at heart. Perhaps he hunted so incredibly skillfully only because the blood of his ogre father flowed in his veins. He grasped animal hunting methods incredibly easily and quickly, as if they were written in his nature. He intuitively knew how to deceive the prey, exhaust its strength, strike vital points when it least expected an attack. Probably, in this, he was very much like his father, whom he never knew. And, obviously, his mother was extremely frightened by the fact that there was something dark from his father, the killer in him. At the same time, the traitor Tilyuk, together with Hermann, set out into the Piran forest near the kingdom of Armia, following animal trails. However, the mercenary was genuinely surprised. After all, that time this forest was like a dangerous dungeon. Dozens of armed werewolves prowled around, and even 3 acted in coordinated unison against them. Hearing this, Hermann immediately assumed these creatures were specially trained in tactics, and he was absolutely right in his guess. According to Tilyuk, it turned out everything indicated that in the wilderness there was a real wave of races preparing for war. Of course, he might have slightly exaggerated what he said for dramatic effect. However, at that moment, something very much like an organized invasion was happening. Moreover, even in such a remote hole, there was a modest village where traders with goods used to stop by. However, recently there was a big commotion here with orcs. The raid was led by an Uruk from the wasteland of Trevelia. Hearing the name Uluk, Hermann immediately understood. This was a wandering mercenary of mixed races who during the racial wars led a whole squad of elite warriors. But he could not understand. Why would he have to travel such a long way precisely here, to this wilderness? However, it turned out, Tilyuk had also heard that for his bloody hunt for the monster, the Uruk had attracted quite a lot of a motley crowd. While they calmly conversed among themselves, they had almost reached the fortified walls of the village. At that time, the rest of Hermann's knights were following closely behind him, who were just killing the monsters they encountered, so that they would not dare to interfere with their lord's affairs. They were also interrogating the passers-by for information, but they told the same story that Tilyuk had told him earlier. In the end, they realized this mercenary was right in his words. Which means, among the monsters, there really was an unusual raid on the village. Uluk was persistently heading exactly to that village on purpose, which means their prey lived there, the half-blood ogre. Initially, the warriors were supposed to follow their lord to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance of the area. However, Hermann still gave them no signals. They suspected Hermann might have found a bigger and more interesting prey. In that case, all that remained for his loyal fighters was simply to obey the lord's order and wait. When the dead of night came, Leonie sat calmly in her house in complete solitude. She kept glancing anxiously out the window. However, her son did not return home from the hunt. She remembered the day when Leon spoke about his father with such pain. However, she could not say a single word in response. Still, everything related to Lobo continued to cause the former princess unbearable pain in her soul. However, suddenly, Tilyuk burst rudely into the house, kicking the door open and walking in without ceremony. He sarcastically apologized to the aristocrat for his rudeness. He had no idea that the noble but not particularly chaste lady was home alone at that time. Leonie herself was quite upset that this vile man had shown up uninvited in her house once again. She did not know why Tilyuk had come here again. But she warned. They were no longer connected to the village. Her son lived a peaceful life, far from intrigues. However, Tilyuk did not like at all the arrogant tone with which Leonie spoke to him. She was somehow not very friendly or polite, so he even mockingly suggested the noble lady preferred the company only the size of a deformed child. And he even began to cruelly mock her, thinking the aristocrat was worse than some port prostitute selling her body. After that, he mockingly bowed, as etiquette required, and properly introduced himself to the princess according to all the rules. Immediately after these words, behind his broad back appeared the knight Hermann, who calmly looked at the lady with a cold gaze. He honestly admitted he did not expect to find her in such a filthy shed, unworthy of her status. He, more than anyone else, knew perfectly well. To lead a miserable existence in such a place was unbefitting a true aristocrat of noble blood. After that, he politely introduced himself as Knight Hermann from Sorain, who had traveled a long way to bring her back home to her family. Of course, the woman was extremely shocked by such an unexpected statement, and by the fact that Hermann had traveled such an incredibly long way through the forests for this. She did not know how he found out where she had been all these years, but she explained that too much time had already passed since she was a princess living in the palace. Moreover, if the kingdom were still the same, wouldn't they have found her long ago? Given the complete lack of interest in her fate, only one thing could be assumed. They all died long ago. Hermann, maintaining an unflappable calm, explained. Officially, the princess was declared dead. However, the kingdom did not fall. They still expected Leonie to return at any moment. The knight assumed that the woman had not returned for another reason. She surely believed that in her current situation, she simply would not be accepted back. However, the man understood. The princess had nothing to worry about. For her sake, he was ready to erase even the dirtiest blood. While they were talking, the knights scattered through the nearby forest. They knew perfectly well that their target usually wandered right here. According to rumors, the half-blood was essentially little different from a real ogre. Human habits, ability to communicate. All this did not change the fact that he remained a monster. Fortunately for the mercenaries, the creature looked nothing like a human. Moreover, Leon was quite a young individual by human standards. He was only 13 years old. However, the mercenaries were little interested in this fact. No matter how old this monster was, they were obliged to destroy it. Listening to the surrounding forest, the squad leader ordered to prepare weapons and line up. The ogre was about to appear any moment, and before Lord Herman's return, they absolutely had to achieve results. At that very moment, Leon was wandering through the forest, heading home. It was already quite late, and the pig he caught smelled terribly. His mother would definitely not like that. Although the woman tried not to show it, the young man really did not want to upset his mother. Lately, she had started frowning too often. Leonia did not tell what was wrong, even when her son directly asked her about it. The boy was convinced that her miserable mood was his fault, so he tried to do everything possible to finally lift his mother's spirits. However, unexpectedly, just as he tried to take a step toward home, the whistle of arrows sounded. A moment later, they rained down on his body, piercing the flesh. Without thinking long, the orc threw the pig carcass in the direction from which the cursed arrows were shot. But what worried him most was that some strange energy emanated from the shafts. Moreover, he did not feel the presence of strangers on his land. This could mean only one thing. The hunt had begun. All that was left for Leon was to scan the surroundings in search of those who attacked him. However, he had not managed to do anything when one of the swordsmen approached him closely, pointing the tip of the blade directly at his neck. Fortunately, the young man managed to deflect the attack, but he could not wound the opponent. The latter nimbly jumped back, and while Leon stood in confusion, another warrior attacked him from behind, stabbing a dagger into his back, trying to pierce through. The youth immediately fell to his knees, coughing up blood that flooded his throat. Unfortunately, he could not understand why they treated him this way, and why they wanted to kill him. After all, he lived quietly, kept a low profile, and yet they came for him again. Obviously, this slaughter was unfair, but Leon simply could no longer endure such attacks. At that very moment, Leonie was carefully observing the people who had come to her. It was obvious. Tilyuk was literally mocking Herman, although he tried to hide it. He believed that the knight was quite tired of living the life of a loyal dog to a corrupt official, so he clung to the missing princess as the last chance for salvation. Moreover, he took pleasure in watching the arrogant lady who literally shuddered at the warrior's words. He could not forgive her haughty look from above. Tilyuk wished for Herman to continue causing her pain with his words. After all, Leon in his miserable state could not resist. However, the woman calmly made it clear to those who came. She would not welcome with open arms those who came to shed blood. Immediately after these words, Leon silently burst into the room, raising his hands above the heads of these little men. Looking at his huge palms, capable of crushing a skull like a nut, Herman had no idea how Ogru managed to escape from the clutches of his fighters. However, at the last moment, the trained knight managed to draw his blade and pointed it at the neck of the intruder. Moreover, with a smile, he decided to ask where he had learned such amusing techniques. Immediately after that, the man attacked, and the whole hut trembled from the power of the blow. Honestly, even the arrogant Tilyuk was amazed by the incredible strength of this knight. Now he understood why Herman's audacity knew no bounds. This guy had been hiding his true power all along, and Tilyuk could not even imagine that all this time he had been next to a true swordmaster. But what surprised the knight the most, despite the strength of the attack, the young man was not defending himself. With his body, he was shielding his own mother. Obviously, after what these insolent people had done to his home, the guy was barely holding back. But Leon called her son, explaining that these people would not harm her, but the boy should leave here quickly and hide. However, Herman did not let him escape and swiftly attacked with the energy of his sword. A deep wound immediately opened on the youth's back, and blood splattered everywhere, after which the warrior calmly warned the ogre that next time it would be better not to expect mercy. But before killing the monster, he wanted to hear the last excuse that would slip from his dirty lips. Only in this way could he clear the name of his pupils, for the man wanted to know how they were inferior to a mere beast. It turned out that when the knights put their swords to the boy's neck, they still could not kill him. In their lives, they had killed many, but killing the young was not to their liking. Of course, the comrades tried to explain to the knight that Leon was only slightly smaller than an adult ogre, and the youth himself did not even resist, understanding the futility of it. Unfortunately, he was unlucky to be born this way, for which he constantly paid. At the same time, the knight, raising his sword, explained to Leon, "The only reason for the existence of game is to be a target for hunting." However, to the misfortune of the warrior, he did not foresee that these words could provoke a huge enemy. The half-blood instantly moved behind his back and raised his hand to strike. the knight barely managed to defend himself with his sword. Soon it shattered into pieces, and the squad leader himself was thrown back, coughing up blood. Only then did the man realize the ogre had precisely anticipated his movements. Even a trained monster cannot have such maneuvers. Moreover, the creature should have been in a state of madness now, like any other ogre in a similar situation. However, it seems the substance they coated the arrows with did not work. Therefore, the warriors decided to try to finish him off before he fully recovered. However, no matter how hard they tried, the young man simply vanished into thin air, as if he had never been there. He finally understood. People see him as just a regular hunting target. He also realized that the needles that scratched him were poisoned. They wanted to turn him into a beast, so they could then hunt him like game. At the same time, the warriors looked around fearfully. They heard Leon's words coming from everywhere. It seemed the forest itself favored him and sheltered him in its shadows. The half-blood wanted to know, what had he done to these people? He had harmed no one, so being born this way was already a sin? And now the young man must accept it and condemn himself to death. Therefore, he was interested to find out how those beasts he had encountered before had died. Immediately after these words, he lunged at the leader, intending to grab him with his strong hands. However, in the end, the half-blood swiftly slipped past these people, leaving them alive. Only then did the warriors finally realize the ogre was exuding a hallucinogen from his skin and using it against them. It turned out that those who had organized the hunt became the prey themselves. And the most terrible thing was that even the strongest warrior of the squad could not touch a single hair on the youth's head. However, his colleagues considered something else more important. The smoke that masked the scent had dissipated, and this meant that the half-blood was heading straight to Lord Herman. Obviously, the warriors panicked, understanding this was the worst possible outcome. If such a monster attacked the master's trail, he would kill him without hesitation. However, in reality, the boy rushing to the house was simply trying to understand. Was he still a beast or a human? Did his origin matter? He had no idea what he was supposed to look like to have the right to live. In the end, realizing that even after a powerful strike of the sword's energy the youth was still conscious, Herman decided to stun him and then interrogate his students. He was simply curious to know the monster's view of the situation. That's all. After that, the warrior decided to kill Leon in front of his mother, for as is known, only with his own blood could the ogre cleanse her sin. Perhaps if the boy dies, the princess will finally abandon her foolish principles. And all the half-blood could say was to promise that Herman would not achieve his desire. In the end, the knight's attack was unsuccessful, causing him to hiss angrily. And Tilyuk was quite amazed at the cruelty of the warrior who intended to kill the child in front of his mother. So all that remained was to guess why everyone who possessed the aura of the blade was so merciless. In any case, the more important thing was that everything was going exactly according to plan. In the end, having taken the necklace from his mother, Leon escaped. Watching him flee, Herman took out his shortened spear, which had been resting in his bosom next to his sword all this time. He threw it after him, trying to pierce the fleeing beast. Obviously, the disciples saw Lord Herman's weapon, and this could mean only one thing. The cursed ogre had indeed angered him. It turns out that, although it was not quite fitting for knightly honor, Herman carried a spear for reasons of convenience. It is usually looked down upon, being called a weapon of commoners, but the Lord highly valued its usefulness in hunting. Moreover, his spear was specially modified. An aura ran under the channel, leading straight to the core. However, until now, the warrior had used the spear only in special circumstances. Now, having thrown this weapon, he gave his men an unambiguous signal. The warriors immediately set out. Surely the beast was already wounded, which meant there was only the matter of finishing it off. Of course, the knights were worried. Perhaps, due to their own carelessness, they could attract other predators to the site of the battle, which would add to their problems. However, for the leader of the squad himself, the appearance of monsters did not pose a serious threat. They should fear something entirely different. Knightly punishment was far more terrible than any beast. Therefore, in order to complete the mission as soon as possible and safely escape from the scene, they needed to hurry away. At that very moment, the half-blood hurriedly darted through the forest thickets. The young man was completely disoriented. His head was spinning unbearably, and his body seemed to move on its own, as if revealing the boy's true beastly nature. From his own hunting experience, The boy had perfectly learned one truth. Prey cornered inevitably attacks the hunter, especially when that hunter is a human. As a result, the spear that Herman threw still managed to hit Leon's target. It tore his travel bag and also inflicted a serious wound to his side. Therefore, falling from a great height, exceeding even the age-old trees, the half-blood crashed to the ground with a roar. At that very moment, the village elder was observing the events from the watchtower. Suddenly, the man noticed smoke was rising from Leon's house, clearly not from cooking. Perhaps something had happened to the woman. However, one of the young warriors reminded the captain's words. Considering Leon's origin, they could face serious trouble. Therefore, the commander recommended staying away from that place so the village would not suffer. The old man was shocked by the cowardice of these people, ready to stand aside when Leon and his son were under threat. He wished at least to check what was happening to them. However, the soldiers reasonably understood. Leon had her son, and even if he was unable to handle the situation, they certainly would not be able to help. The elder was deeply disappointed with these people insisting on inaction. It seemed their only priority now was to think about preserving their own heads. However, although they did not realize it, the threat to Leon's safety could turn into an even greater disaster for the village. But since no one intended to listen to him, the village head decided to go there himself. Obviously, those who were concerned about the elderly man's condition could not leave him in trouble, so they decided to follow him. At that very moment, 3 of Herman's disciples finally appeared before their mentor as reinforcements and immediately fell to their knees. The knight himself did not look pleased. Besides failing the mission, his men had also fallen several steps behind the target. The warriors had to admit it was entirely and completely their fault. However, for Herman, such a confession looked like nothing more than a useless humiliation. Moreover, the squad leader tried to justify himself and his subordinates. Special vigilance was required in the battle with Leon. Ogres by their nature were brainless creatures, obeying instincts rather than thinking through strategy. But this monster definitely had human intelligence. Moreover, the creature considered itself a human. In the end, all that remained for the leader was, trembling with fear, to raise his hand before the Lord, for their hands obeyed his will. Herman, however, decided to continue adhering to the principle of benefit. Therefore, he ordered the warrior to raise the hand in which he was not holding a sword, so that it could be cut off as punishment. However, at that very moment, they saw the village elder appear with 2 warriors behind him. Of course, Herman secretly rejoiced. The bait had arrived just in time, according to their plan. The newcomers, naturally, were curious about what these knights were doing on Leonie's property. After that, they addressed the elder, since he looked as if he knew these people. The village head himself at that moment mentally transported himself to distant years. Then his son came to him, planning a rebellion against the Lord. The old man hurried to warn him that nothing good would come of it. It was no more effective than a child's tantrum. However, people could not accept the fact that taxes were raised up to 70%. If they continue to carelessly fill the ruler's pockets, everyone will simply starve to death. However, the old man felt this was not the only reason for the rebellion. The son began to behave strangely since the farmer's daughter was hanged in the square. The father knew the backstory perfectly. That farmer did not allow his children to be taken for servitude. At night, he preferred to engage in a fight when trying to escape, and the old man's son seemed to be in a relationship with his younger daughter. It was he who encouraged the girl to run away. Therefore, the father had to warn the son. The less strength a person has, the more dangerous it is to resist. However, he only calmly nodded and left, apologizing for his mistake. Nevertheless, the uprising against the Lord was far more brutal than they could have imagined. However, the ruler remained indifferent all the time, as if denying his involvement in the circumstances that had developed. And when the riot flared up seriously, he reacted in a manner befitting his position and dignity. This is how the first full-scale uprising on his lands ended in complete failure. The father could only helplessly watch as his son's body was hung in the square. The Lord did not even move regarding the situation of the old quartermaster, as if he absolutely did not care about him. However, the latter, worried that he might endanger the lives of others, fled from Sarain, for there reigned an unforgettable horror. There appeared a knight who in 3 days destroyed 400 soldiers without a single scratch on himself. And that soldier was Herman. Obviously, seeing the elder's stupor, his assistants tried to bring the man to his senses in order to question him about everything. However, in the end, the people standing on both sides of him were mortally wounded in an instant, and one of them even fell at the old man's feet. The survivor could only scream and demand that the knight step back. Moreover, the village head could not even move toward them. 2 swords were already pointed at his neck. Herman asked the old man not to be angry, for the committed murder was merely retribution. In the presence of a knight, one must observe manners. Besides, the warrior decided to give the elderly man every opportunity to atone for his guilt, for it was obvious he should not try to worsen an already difficult situation. Somewhere at that very time, the wounded half-blood continued to lie on the ground, while his injuries healed on their own. With each second, he increasingly realized what his sin of birth consisted of. The young man even thought it would be much better to simply accept it and die peacefully. He had no idea what form he should take just to continue living calmly. At that moment, many monsters gathered around the exhausted body of the ogre, surrounding him from all sides. Then Leon remembered his mother's stories, who explained, although ogres have long inhabited the earth, they were very little studied. For some mysterious reason, although these creatures were endowed with exceptional agility and strength, ogres preferred to act independently, relying only on themselves. However, originally they were born to dominate all the inhabitants of the forest, and now the half-blood realized this when the monsters that approached him carefully surrounded him as if guarding him, and the werewolves began to lick his wounds with their healing saliva. When Leon felt better, he immediately got up and roared loudly, and the other beasts responded to his call. The young man now perfectly understood why his mother considered the nature of ogres an inexplicable paradox. However, this very paradox was perhaps the only chance to save the life of his mother and the entire village. At that moment, the observer from the watchtower saw Herman leading an old man, his bait. Immediately after this, the knight drew his sword and easily cut his way through the heavy logs, using the energy of the blade. Everyone, of course, panicked and suggested to the captain to attack, not allowing the warrior to reach them. However, he understood the futility of such actions. The one who came to them could definitely finish them all off in a couple of strikes. He deliberately struck weaker. It was a warning for them to surrender. Therefore, it was better for them not to provoke him now. They had to appease the knight at all costs. However, suddenly below, the captain finally spotted the village elder, who was being led by the newcomers. Naturally, the commander immediately decided that the fools had sent the village head all the way to Leon's house alone. However, when he was explained that an armed guard and a private soldier had accompanied the elderly man, he was surprised. Why were they not with him now? He instantly ordered his scouts to follow the tracks of those who had left. They had to find the escort, while the captain tried to buy time. Of course, the warriors tried to warn the commander that it was dangerous to deal with this matter alone. However, he ordered the remaining warrior, in case of an unforeseen situation, to evacuate the villagers through the underground tunnels, because if this was the very person he thought of, then the lives of the people were in great danger. At that moment, waiting for someone to come down to him, Herman calmly reflected on his own life. He perfectly understood. Everything in this world is subject to someone's will. However, he did not understand. Why then seek any boundaries or benefit? Then the Baron explained. Even Herman himself rose from the very bottom, not only thanks to his own desire. Of course, no one underestimated his efforts and hardships. However, given the circumstances, few needed a knight of ignoble origin. Therefore, the warrior had to accept that he could not break through by force alone and focus on advantage. At that very moment, the captain who had come out immediately fired a shot, from which, obviously, Herman easily dodged. However, the knight considered it the greeting that this man deserved. As far as experience told the captain, the noble warriors were simply unfamiliar with the human language. However, Herman quickly realized this man is merely trying to buy time, and he decided to make him understand that his plan would not work. Immediately after that, the warrior attacked with the energy of his sword, like a laser beam, and ultimately cut off his opponent's arm. The frightened elder began to sob, begging to punish only him alone. After all, he was the head of the village, and his people knew nothing and understood nothing. Obviously, one elder was quite enough to get what was necessary for the knight. However, the knight only became even more furious at such audacity and attacked the one standing ahead. In the end, despite all the fury of the attacks, the blows were only warning shots. They struck right behind the captain, causing deafening, thunderous explosions that made the very earth tremble. The man himself, scared half to death, helplessly fell to his knees, simultaneously losing consciousness from rapid blood loss. His wounded arm was bleeding profusely. Having vented his passion a little and cooled down from righteous anger, Hermann cold-bloodedly explained to the old man he would have to try very hard to satisfy the knight's demands. The warrior had to properly anger his prey, to ignite its rage to the limit, so the knight longed to thoroughly slash the entire village to ashes, so that even the surrounding forest would be soaked with the thick, suffocating smell of blood and death. Obviously, when Hermann's pupils rushed behind Ken into the village, Leon swiftly came to the defense of the defenseless village again, skillfully deflecting the attacks of the charging fighters, and joyful Hermann was eagerly expecting just that, immediately pouncing on the young ogre like a predatory beast on its prey. And he did not forget to sarcastically reproach the youth for abandoning his own mother to fate, leaving her defenseless. However many terrible destructions the warrior sowed around, he did not manage even partially to touch the nimble opponent, which of course greatly wounded the proud knight's pride. So the enraged warrior sternly ordered the miserable monster to immediately stop boldly ignoring his will and challenge. After that, the hero continued swiftly circling around Hermann in wide circles, skillfully forcing him to lose vigilance and attack everything around, though completely unsuccessfully. Because the knight was so furiously fixated on catching the elusive monster, he simply did not notice how werewolves silently crept up to him from the darkest depths of the dense forest. In the end, the hungry monsters immediately sank their sharp fangs into both his hands, biting tightly and painfully down to the bone. Another beast immediately joined these two predators, ready to aim straight for the victim's unprotected neck. At that very moment, Hermann's subordinates were also enduring considerable discomfort. Right next to them was the main hero himself, and the thick clouds of smoke swirling in the air thoroughly blocked the warrior's view. These suffocating clouds were poisonous vapors from the bleeding wound of the monster, generously mixed with the previous narcotic potion. So the situation was truly sad, no better than that of their commander. However, when the alarmed trio turned back, they saw with horror a gruesome scene. The monster werewolves were already devouring their unfortunate friend by the bloody parts. These were ruthless scavenger wolves, showing no mercy. So as soon as the hungry predators dealt with their prey, the animals immediately targeted the next catch without delay, and Leon had to help them in every possible way, distracting his enemies and allowing the wolves to sneak closer unnoticed while they fended off his furious attacks. Obviously, the experienced knight immediately recognized the same attack pattern that was in the forest when Leon played bloody games with the soldiers, so the knight was even quite disappointed by the predictability of the enemy, until another hungry wolf bit into his leg with a death grip and dragged him back like a rag doll. While the warrior was successfully fending off one fierce predator, another beast silently crept up from behind and, with a lunge, bit into his arm, completely immobilizing the enemy with an iron grip. And this brief moment was more than enough for Leon to swiftly sneak up on the man from the impenetrable darkness. In the end, the young ogre grabbed the knight by the throat with mighty strength, lifting him high above the ground as if he were a weightless toy. However, it seems the proud knight was not afraid of inevitable death at all. He just wanted to know why the hero last time simply beat him half to death, but did not kill him then. Perhaps this idealist was just trying to prove that he was fundamentally different from the inhuman, bloodthirsty monsters. But it was not the ogre who ended the life of this warrior with a single precise blow. It was his own commander in desperate attempts to attack the elusive enemy. Now, when the opponents were left one-on-one without witnesses, Leon immediately rushed forward swiftly to finally deal with this scoundrel. However, he still managed, with an accurate strike, to hit the young monster's weak spot, causing his barely healed wound to start bleeding profusely again, staining the ground crimson. The warrior himself furiously resented this pathetic hybrid, who clearly had no idea who the real knights of the continent were. So Hermann decided to personally teach him an important lesson in the only language the monster understood, the language of strength and blood. At that very moment, in a modest hut, Leone was left alone with the cunning Tilyuk, who could barely contain his malicious laughter. In the end, obeying the order of his devoted mommy, the obedient monster ran away without looking back. He really was a very submissive son who obeyed his mother. Moreover, the guest saw that Leone was clearly trembling with fear, although she desperately tried not to show it, keeping a proud face. Therefore, the cunning man did not understand why she was creating all this brave illusion around herself and pretending to be fearless. However, the former princess explained to the uninvited guest as calmly as the circumstances allowed. The sacred duty of a mother is to protect her child at any cost. And if she has anything to worry about in this cruel world, it is exclusively about the future of her child. Therefore, she decided to ask directly again, what exactly does she need to do so that these people leave her son alone and no longer pursue him? However, Tilyuk barely restrained himself from laughing out loud at the absurdity of the situation. He simply did not understand how a lady who once lived serenely in luxury, being a noble aristocrat of a great country, could fall so low and descend to such a miserable existence. However, unfortunately, these two did not have as much time as they would have liked, because at any moment either monsters or knights could return. So Tilyuk decided not to waste precious time and get down to business. He honestly admitted to the woman's face that what annoyed him most in the world was precisely her disgusting, monstrous offspring. Therefore, the cunning man longed for this fallen harlot to show him her former stubbornness and pride one last time, because no matter how much she now justified herself and humiliated herself, on that distant day, she looked down on him as a truly miserable outcast of society. However, at this tense moment, as if out of nowhere, right behind the defenseless princess, there was a powerful surge of magical mana. A glowing portal formed, from which a mysterious warrior swiftly emerged. The newcomer instantly struck the unsuspecting enemy with his blade, while Tilyuk's body slowly fell apart into bloody pieces. The unfortunate man had no idea where this powerful warrior from distant Pensalota had come from in such a remote wilderness, forgotten by the gods. The bloody fight between Leon and Herman was at its most furious peak, not subsiding for a moment. However, having fallen once into the enemy's trap, the young ogre now skillfully dodged all deadly blows like a ghost. But Herman was furious to the limit, not understanding how long this pathetic hybrid would keep leading him by the nose and cowardly running away, tail tucked like a beaten dog. In the end, the youth deliberately took one of the swift attacks on his arm, sacrificing it. Then, with mighty force, he struck the enraged Herman, aiming precisely at his chest area. Despite the knight desperately trying to defend himself with his faithful sword, with all his might, even his sturdy armor began to come off his body from the monstrous force of the blow, and his clothes tore to shreds, though he managed to stay on his feet, not collapsing to the ground. However, the struck Herman was quite shaken by the fact that stopping just this one blow required so much strength from him. In the end, out of respect for a worthy opponent, the noble knight decided to give the youth wise advice. He should finally choose who he wants to be, a ruthless hunter or a pathetic prey. Otherwise, this senseless fight will last endlessly until one of them falls from exhaustion. However, at that moment, a huge troll suddenly appeared on the battlefield, the very beast that obeyed the forest bark. Obviously, for the experienced knight, fighting trolls was a familiar matter, routine. So he immediately surrounded the monster with magical blades from all possible sides, leaving no chance for escape. As a result, the monster's mighty body was so severely mangled by merciless blows that even while it still stood on its feet with the last of its strength, a real rain of its hot blood was already pouring abundantly onto the cracked earth. But the knight raged furiously, not understanding why Leon still boldly considered him some pathetic weakling, unworthy of respect. The young ogre himself was quite impressed by the fact that the knight, barely standing on his feet, dealt with his cunning trap so easily. This meant only one thing: the knights of the continent really were different from ordinary soldiers. After that, the deadly fight between these two worthy opponents continued with doubled fierce intensity. After all, a noble knight could not forgive that some pathetic half-blood dared to contradict him so boldly. He absolutely had to show this degenerate from the cursed Truelian lands his rightful place in the food chain. In the end, he managed, with an unexpected lightning-fast strike, to plunge his trusty sword deep into the youth's body. The triumphant Herman celebrated, understanding that at last this arrogant monster would feel on its own skin what true submission to power means. However, the proud knight was so carried away by his victory that he missed the most obvious counterattack that fell upon his head. In the end, the entire surrounding forest near the village turned into a real bloody massacre worthy of epic legends. The worried old man took care of the wounded residents, desperately trying to somehow help the unfortunate in these modest conditions. And finally, the long-awaited bright sun rose above the horizon. And with this solemn sunrise, Leon managed to completely defeat his formidable enemy. However, the dying Herman, until his very last breath, considered the Trouvel merely stupid, bloodthirsty monsters, not understanding how such miserable freaks dared to attack the noble knights of the continent. Leon himself was no longer afraid of such empty threats. After all, since he had already managed to defeat one powerful knight, he would definitely be able to do it again if necessary. Moreover, judging by the obsession that Herman possessed, it gave a clear impression that he himself was from the Trouvel-cursed lands, even though he denied it. However, before saying goodbye to the enemy forever, Leon made it clear he did not want all this bloodshed at all. The young ogre simply longed to live peacefully in the world without disturbing anyone. Using this confession as a last chance, the dying Herman made a desperate attempt to strike the head of the degenerate, who has no idea what torments and trials he had to endure to climb so high on the social ladder. However, obviously, he was no longer able to do anything and could not realize his plan. After all, when your head is firmly held in the monstrous hands of the enemy, you should not make any reckless moves. Soon, Leonie was finally able to barely get out of the destroyed house. Leaning on her homemade crutch, she felt with all her motherly heart that her son was somewhere very close, so she became alert and anxiously waited for him. And indeed, very soon the young man came out from the opposite side of the destroyed house, cautiously looking back at his dear mother. Leonie was clearly very angry and upset that her son still fought the knights, although she had strictly ordered him to run away and hide. However, Leon simply had no other choice, because cruel people wanted to use the innocent villagers as live bait for a trap. However, the woman could not calm down and was outraged, because her only son could seriously suffer or even die as a result of the bloody battle. She could not accept that he wanted to save the village at the cost of his own precious life, especially considering the fact that the villagers had once already treacherously turned away from him. However, the ogre was simply sincerely grateful to these simple people for the fact that when they desperately needed help and a roof over their heads, they generously agreed to shelter them. However, Leonie still stubbornly considered this an insufficiently weighty reason to give her own life for them. Moreover, she perfectly understood. After everything that had happened, they would probably no longer be allowed to even stay near the village. They would be driven away, and to be honest, at first Leon was even a little frightened by these harsh words, feeling a chill in his chest. However, recalling the eloquent looks of the elder and the captain at that tense moment, he perfectly understood. His mother was absolutely right in her grim predictions. Moreover, as he had already realized from his own experience, to survive in this world, it was definitely better for him to listen to his mother's words. After that, the worried young man decided to cautiously find out if his mother was all right, if she had not been hurt. And where had that nasty man named Tilyuk gone? The worried Leonie hurried to calm her son, explaining that Tilyuk, having not waited for the knight's return, simply left. The caring mother just did not want to unnecessarily upset her son, who already looked terribly exhausted. He desperately needed to rest properly and heal his wounds. Therefore, the young man immediately went to the ruined house to get some sleep and regain strength. However, first, the caring son decided to carefully prepare a comfortable place for his mother to rest. However, before leaving, the young man confessed to his mother. He longed to continue living with her, no matter what. Therefore, the son pleaded that she never again ask him to run away and leave her alone. And of course, like any loving mother, Leonie found it unbearably sad to hear these painful words from her own child. Soon, when the ruined house returned to relative normalcy after the rampage, the caring Leonie gently laid her son in bed and sat beside him, like with a small child. However, obviously, after all the nightmare endured, despite his impressive age and power, Leona was tormented by terrible, bloody nightmares that gave him no peace. At the same time, Leonie herself continued to thoughtfully examine the mysterious amulet with a bright green stone inside, before carefully placing it in her secret pocket. At the same time, in the village of Peruan, a solemn burning of the bodies of those who died as a result of a brutal nightly attack was taking place. After the sad ceremony, the distraught village elder sat down in his modest office, heavily thinking about what they should do next. Last time, when fierce orcs attacked the defenseless village, the captain did not blame Leona for the tragic death of his only son. However, now they simply had no solid guarantee that all this bloodshed would not happen again, even more terrible. Still, the elder, like no one else, knew perfectly well what a dangerous world they lived in, and how powerful the royal knights of the continent were. At this tense moment, suddenly, a knight appeared to the elder through a portal, indicating that what the worried old man feared had indeed happened. Of course, the elder was quite surprised that Kuzlan had secretly been watching them all this time. However, the noble knight himself bitterly reminded him that he had warned the old man more than once that this fateful day would surely come. Over the past 14 years, there had been many dangerous situations and near failures, but this was an exceptional case. Leona had contacted the royal knight openly for the first time. Now the guard could no longer guarantee the princess's absolute safety as before. The very worried elder was extremely interested to find out. Were there any witnesses to the bloodshed? And where had that nasty bearded mercenary named Tilyuk gone? When he learned that Kuzlan had settled everything, he hurried to explain. He had reliable, trusted people who knew how to keep their mouths shut. However, the elder understood. Since Kuzlan had resolved the issues with Tilyuk, he had surely also contacted Princess Leonie herself. At that very moment, by the dim light of a faintly flickering candle, Leonie was writing a touching letter. She put her amulet into it as a keepsake and cried bitterly, unable to hold back her tears. Events are rapidly moving to the army, more precisely, straight to the front line, where the village had just arrived, riding his faithful black horse. The royal knights whispered to each other in surprise. After all, a powerful knight from distant Pensalota had unexpectedly appeared and announced that the elder from some shabby village would soon arrive. Looking around cautiously, the alarmed old man also noticed familiar faces. For example, Bexter, who stood next to the formidable mercenary leader Kincaid. The leader himself was indignant. After all, the knights of the great nation were quite unpredictable in their actions. Sometimes they suddenly appeared in the east, sometimes in the west, like ghosts. However, he perfectly understood he and the village elder were now in the same boat, bound by a common misfortune. They were both deeply indebted to these knights of Pensalota, because both had once fallen for their cunning tricks. After that, the stern mercenary demanded that the old man immediately lead them to the lair of the talking monster. By this time, about half a year had passed since the brutal attack by the knights, and all communication with the remote village had been completely cut off. After that fateful incident, the main character's house stood ruined, like a monument to tragedy. However, what worried Leon the most was the depressing condition of his dear mother, who was rapidly wasting away before his eyes, fading with each day. He simply did not know what to do, how to help her. After all, harsh winter was coming soon, and he couldn't even comfort her properly, unable to find the right words. However, to avoid troubling thoughts and to distract himself, the young man decided to find firewood for the hearth. Suddenly, he heard a loud cry from a monster who was very frightened and was calling for help. Leon immediately understood. One of the forest monsters was threatened by a man, and it was desperately roaring, trying to somehow free itself from the iron grip of the enemy. However, to his great regret, the ruthless mercenary leader was much stronger than the mighty troll. So he mortally wounded the beast, then cold-bloodedly killed it without flinching. However, the warrior was extremely disappointed by the cowardly behavior of the so-called king of the forest. After all, he had tortured this poor troll so long and cruelly in front of everyone, and the very lord did not even come here to help his subordinate. After that, the mercenary turned to the old man, who had seen the young ogre's abilities with his own eyes. For a monster who had subdued other forest creatures and even defeated royal knights in battle, he acted too cautiously and timidly. Therefore, the experienced knight even thought that perhaps this ogre had decided to mercifully spare them, showing mercy. However, the distressed old man understood. Perhaps the true reason lay in himself, although he was not completely sure of this. After all, they had long since had no contact with his family. However, Leon's voice suddenly arose as if from nowhere when he calmly explained to the uninvited guests he had not attacked them yet, but was only warning them. The young man apologized if the trolls had caused them any serious harm, but explained they were just patrolling their territory, guarding the borders. Leon himself did not intend to harm people intentionally, so he asked the people to leave peacefully. Still, for some time, he and his mother would prefer to simply stay in the shadows, not attracting attention. However, the stern mercenary coldly made the speaking ogre understand that he was very cruelly mistaken in his assumptions. After all, he came here not for peaceful negotiations. He was here to call the monster to a harsh account for what was done, not to appease it with empty words. And if the ogre refused to cooperate, he would have to go to his mother. Obviously, this direct threat could simply not be ignored. Therefore, immediately descending swiftly from the tall tree, the enraged Leon mercilessly attacked the knight, throwing the warriors away with a powerful blow. The worried elder, of course, desperately asked Leon to calm down and not kill. After all, this mercenary was still an ordinary person, not a monster. However, Leon calmly reminded, many warriors, including Dexter, died in that battle, and Uncle Ken was seriously wounded and barely survived. Fearing new misfortunes and casualties, the villagers asked him to stay away from people, which he obediently did, admitting his guilt. He perfectly understood that the blame for the bloodshed lay with him, so he submitted to their will without protest. However, his own departure would have been quite enough for everyone. But even his own mother followed him into exile at the cost of her own safety and comfort. So obviously, in such a case, for a devoted son, there was nothing more important than his beloved mother. And the elder, fully aware of all this, still dared to bring his enemy here. In this tense moment, distracting Leon from his angry speeches, the mercenary swiftly threw a heavy sword at his head, which obviously, the guy deflected with astonishing ease with one hand. Therefore, the mercenary had to explain. He attacked not with the intent to kill, but if he had struck with full force, he could have left the youth crippled for life. But still, the warrior was sincerely grateful that he had generously spent on expensive armor and equipment. After all, the ogre was incredibly strong. One of his attacks could easily pierce any weaker armor. The mercenary politely asked the speaking ogre to talk calmly with him for a moment, hoping that he was inclined towards a constructive dialogue. After all, the mercenary came here to ask whether the boy was acquainted with a man named Tilyuk. He was a mercenary from the chief's squad who volunteered to accompany the royal knights on the hunt. However, later, he was found cold-bloodedly killed by another mysterious knight, some stranger, not from Soul Rain. And just before that, a message arrived that before his death, Tilyuk was with his own mother. Therefore, the mercenary came to find out from Leon whether Leone told him about that mysterious knight who committed this murder, or about what happened that night. And if she deliberately concealed what happened, he wanted to know. Was Leon aware of the true reasons for this lie? Leone herself at that very time was sitting, thoughtfully reading a worn-out book at her modest desk. However, she still involuntarily recalled that fateful moment when the loyal knight of the kingdom of Kuslan came to save her from death. But, trying to distract herself from painful memories, she looked out the dusty window in anxious anticipation of her son, who still had not returned home. However, as if sensing something was wrong with a mother's heart, she decided to immediately go out and see what had happened. At that very moment, Leon brought the village elder, along with the formidable leader of the mercenaries, to his home. Then the worried mother left the house to understand what had happened. Leon anxiously asked her not to go anywhere, for it was too dangerous for her. However, Leone authoritatively ordered her son to stop immediately, and he immediately froze in place, not taking a step forward, as if petrified. The mercenary, carefully looking around the modest house, realized the royal knights had not lied to him. The strangest things were indeed hidden in this house, and it seemed even a half-orc would not compare to these astonishing oddities. Until today, everyone considered the princess long dead. But there were persistent rumors claiming the opposite. Leone, seeing no point in hiding the obvious, honestly admitted she had been alive all this time, although her appearance was no longer what it once was. She also knew who was spreading rumors about her and assumed that sooner or later she would inevitably meet this person. It seemed only the frightened Leon did not understand what his mother was speaking about so mysteriously. The mercenary decided not to ask in detail how all this had happened. After all, he himself had once fallen for cunning tricks. But the mercenary had to fulfill his duty at any cost. At the same time, the boy was desperately panicking, not understanding why his mother deliberately hid the information about Tilyuk's death, about the fact that she was a princess of a great kingdom. For it seemed unshakable to him that his mother had no one dearer than him in this world. Of course, Leone immediately authoritatively ordered her son to calm down and pull himself together. However, he could not do this. The young man simply screamed in despair, not understanding why his mother had been silent for so long and quietly suffering because she had to lie to him. He had already been told Tilyuk, who burst into their house, was killed by a knight's sword, but not by the hand of Hermann, whom the boy himself killed. Apparently, someone external could simply not be involved here. Therefore, it was that mysterious person who was somehow already connected to his mother. Then, returning home among the debris after the battle, he felt some strange, anxious aura in the air. However, he decided not to give it much importance at that time, but still, he was bitterly disappointed by the thought that he had remained completely unaware of his mother's past for so many years. However, the mother was eager to know. About what debt was their uninvited guest speaking now? Therefore, the boy had to explain. He wanted the hero to take responsibility for what happened and honestly pay for the death of his mercenary. Leon had to take the place of the deceased, and only then could he repay his heavy debt. However, obviously, Leone did not consider this payment fair or sufficient. Tilyuk was a miserable scoundrel who threatened a defenseless, mutilated woman, and he got what he deserved. That was quite enough to reject his demands. Moreover, she was amazed. The son did not even think to resist. For example, to use force or run away. However, the village chief demanded that Leone immediately stop worsening an already difficult situation. It is well known that Kincaid painfully experiences the loss of his mercenaries as if they were his own children, which means Leon will serve even more reliably than ordinary conscripts, even on the field of bloody battle. And then they will again be able to guarantee the woman absolute safety. She cannot live like this forever, in constant fear and isolation. However, Leone did not want the village elder to worry so much about her. She perfectly understood his sincere desire to protect the village at any cost. Therefore, there was no need to waste precious strength on her, unworthy. After all, the final decision will remain only with her only son. Therefore, she longed to know, what does he himself want? What will his heart say? The events rapidly move 5 days later, to the Rocky Mountains of Trevelia. The experienced man hastened to explain. That place only at first glance seemed like lifeless ruins, but it was here that the Knight Pensalota, the very mysterious warrior who had guarded Leon's mother all this long time, cast a powerful teleportation spell. Therefore, in this magical place, the young man could instantly transfer to the front line to the army, and immediately upon arrival, he would be officially considered a mercenary. Of course, the captain warned. Because of the frightening appearance at first, the boy would be treated with great suspicion and fear. But as soon as he shows Kincaid's sign, a man will appear, whom the leader appointed as commander. Thanking for the detailed explanation, Leon became worried that the gentleman would not go with him on the journey. After all, the supplies were almost completely finished, barely enough for two. And honestly, the mercenary was even surprised. The young man who left his native home was captured, still continued to care about others. This guy was starting to please him more and more, arousing respect. Therefore, he explained, he had already arranged a meeting with the royal knight in advance. He needed to collect the payment for delivering the hero safe and sound, as promised. He promised that they would definitely meet again soon. but it was unlikely there would be a chance to talk calmly like this alone. Therefore, he decided to find out at the last moment why Leon, who could kill him with one crushing blow, did not do it, and even allowed himself to be taken away, taken from the defenseless mother. However, the reason was extremely simple. The boy's mother never wanted him to become a heartless monster. Therefore, if the young man, despite his frightening appearance, still manages to defeat fate, then he will be able to be with his mother again. This honest answer seemed very interesting and profound to the mercenary. After all, for a person who goes to the field of bloody slaughter, where people turn into soulless monsters, Leon had truly impressive endurance and willpower. After that, the mercenary pointed to a tall flagpole near which there was an ancient teleportation spell. Finally, the time had come for the guy to set off on a dangerous journey, and as soon as he decisively entered the building, it immediately shone with a dazzling bright light, instantly sending him to the front line. Panic broke out in the mercenary camp. Of course, all the mercenaries were immediately seriously frightened when they saw a real ogre suddenly appeared near their tent, and at that moment, Baxter was hastily called, who was the commander of the advanced squad, to deal with this trouble.
3 days had passed since Leon met Rosemary in the arena, passed the trial, and was supposed to be admitted to the non-human squad. The fighters gathered in the arena and watched closely what was about to happen. The large arena, located on the front line of Arnia, was completely filled with people. Everyone was loudly and eagerly discussing the upcoming duel and their hopes for what they would see. One of the knights asked those present to calm down, since only 3 days had passed and such chaos had already arisen. This was not even a knightly duel, yet such popularity had been stirred around this event. The passions were so intense that even on the battlefield such could not always be expected. The man guessed that the attendees had made huge bets on the fighter and were awaiting the result. He turned to his interlocutor and asked whom he had bet his money on. In response, the man remained silent. He was not eager to discuss such matters with a stranger now. From under the black hood, the man's face was not visible. But he slowly turned toward his interlocutor, and silence fell around. The atmosphere was so oppressive. But the interlocutor did not stop. He noted that the stranger behaved completely unlike what one would expect from someone present in these stands, since besides betting, there was nothing else to do here. The stranger turned out to be a bearded man who was carefully examining the restless spectator, and the latter kept asking for what purpose this burly giant with a deep stern gaze was present here. The redhead finally could not stand it, and asked whose man the bearded one really was. Because in this case, there were only 2 persons the man could represent, and they were Kincaid or Rosemary. The last option was the guess that the stranger might be a hostile spy who had somehow strangely gotten to this place. To which the bearded man again simply remained silent, but his nerves were on edge. The bearded man put a finger to his lips and asked his interlocutor to be silent, since he talked too much. This was secret information, and no one was supposed to guess about it. But for him, he was ready to reveal the secret. The burly stranger leaned toward his interlocutor's ear, and with the look of a spy, began whispering something to him. He explained that essentially, this was their first serious fight, so public opinion was very important to them. The man asked his new comrade whether victory really meant nothing to their side. He explained that the duel was important as a demonstration of strength, not in terms of winning, and the Minotaur simply could not lose. There was a more important matter ahead, namely to change the opinion of the surrounding environment regarding the participation of animals and monsters in battles and their place in the arena. Above all, the bearded man also told about the ogre who agreed to participate in the fight for a bribe. The interlocutor looked carefully at the man and began to suspect that the result of the match was known in advance. The conversation was interrupted by the lead herald, who, using a magical voice amplifier, urged everyone present to calm down and promised that an exciting spectacle awaited them. Now the fighters from the mercenary squads will come out. The active interlocutor bearded man immediately fell silent. He began to watch attentively for who would enter the arena. Everyone froze in anticipation of the contenders for the duel. Tension hung in the air. The doors through which the fighters were supposed to exit slowly opened. None of them came out. The crowd's gazes were fixed on these doors. The bearded man was watching the arena closely. Only now was it visible that he was dressed in high-quality armor, and the bearing of the man indicated that he was an experienced warrior. Finally, a tall figure appeared in the doorway. It was half man, half beast. The Minotaur was raging. He longed to enter the fight and defeat the next impudent one who thought to challenge him. Leon was waiting for his turn in the armory. He leaned on the spear and gripped it tightly in his hands. The fighter was gathering his strength. He did not want to be just a way for the spectators to make money. The ogre plunged into memories of his past life. Now he was thinking about when he made the wrong choice and ended up in a similar situation. In his humble opinion, it was very reckless. Leon stood before the squad leader. Beside him stood Beck. The old warrior was explaining how to behave properly in critical situations. On top of that, Rosmaritz had long been eyeing their squad. But in life, according to the old man, one must be ready for anything. The situation can change completely in an instant. For him, it was certainly a very big fish and hard to hold on to. The old man was also interested in whether the ogre's show of strength was just a simple improvisation. An honest answer would allow a worthy assessment of this strong man's abilities, and he admitted that he really acted on the spur of the moment. Beck asked the commander to forgive their delay, as they were trying to settle everything before Kincaid arrived. Deneuve understood. After all, when it came to Kincaid, it was worth hurrying. Beck asked the old man not to get nervous. After all, Kincaid promised a headache anyway. But there is no need to get nervous because of haste. After all, the ogre will prove itself. It has shown what it is really capable of. Deneuve was not going to believe just words. He stretched out his hand and called his spear. Perhaps this was exactly how he would try to test the new candidate for the squad. The old man was a master of spear fighting. He served as an instructor in the Kincaid squad. So, in his opinion, the situation was only rushed in the eyes of a simple person, which Beck was despite his merits. So right there he wanted to teach some techniques to his new subordinate. But there was very little time, so the course had to be much accelerated. Leon understood how important it was. The appearance of two soldiers who announced that it was time for the ogre to enter the arena distracted from the thoughts. After all, the Minotaur had been there for a long time. For Leon, the moment of truth had come. He must confirm the trust of his commander. The soldiers spread out on both sides of the door. They silently watched the ogre, who was simply enormous. Leon himself gripped his weapon tighter, trying to calm his nerves. One of the soldiers was watching the gladiator closely. He was not going to lecture him for that, but in fact, Leon's clothing really surprised him, although there were no strict requirements for appearance. The ogre walked silently. He did not intend to speak. His appearance spoke for itself. He would not waste time on simple words, but would simply do what was expected of him in the arena. Finally, he convinced the soldier that he definitely would not be ashamed. He would clearly be a good fighter. But only one thing was expected from him, and he would satisfy the desire of the crowd that had gathered for this purpose. The crowd was simply thrilled by which fighter entered the arena for battle. The stakes began to rise with every moment. Yet all hopes were placed on the Minotaur, his strength and power. Leon cautiously stepped onto the arena. He suspected that the opponent had been here for a long time, and he could expect an attack at any moment. The ogre gathered his nerves and physical strength and prepared for battle. At the last moment before the duel, he carefully examined the arena and the spectator seats, as if trying to look into the eyes of everyone present. But in response, he received silent silence. The audience was waiting for the spectacle. Rosemary, waiting for her subordinates and close associates, carefully examined the Minotaur opponent. She immediately guessed that it was an ogre, a half-blood, although the helmet on her head prevented a detailed view. The ogre ended up behind the Minotaur. He did not expect such a turn of events and was simply demonstrating his strength and power to those present. But when he finally realized that the opponent was behind him, he was filled with rage. With a red, fiery eye, he looked carefully at Leon. Rage burned in the fighter's eyes. He was ready to tear the ogre apart with his bare hands. Loud shouts from the crowd were heard behind. The Minotaur sharply turned and extended his hand toward the opponent. He looked carefully at Leon, trying to study the enemy's abilities and strength. But this time he would be seriously set on the fight. Leon showed no emotions from under the helmet, and this angered the Minotaur even more. He did not expect that the other fighter would not be afraid of his appearance and would not rush to retreat immediately. The opponents stood amid the dust of the arena and were still examining each other. They were gigantic, and neither was going to yield to the opponent. A soldier near the ogre reported that he forgot to tell about the probable opponent. After all, Rosemary was preparing something similar. And besides, the soldier had something to pass on to Leon. It was supposed to help him. The warrior gave the ogre a red armband and ordered him to attach it in the most visible place. This was supposed to help distract attention from the opponent and make the Minotaur lose concentration. The Minotaur, who saw the armband, began to get nervous and angry. He was losing control over himself, and the rational part gave way to the emotional, animalistic, ancient part of his being. The monster rushed at the ogre and the soldier, who did not even have time to realize that the duel had begun. The man was confused and fell on the spot from fear. Leon tried to cover him with his body and protect him. The ogre did not hesitate for long. He rushed at the opponent, who even surpassed the half-blood ogre, to protect the innocent person who had purely by chance found themselves in the arena, next to the monsters. Leon held the spear in front of him, gripping it with both hands. The Minotaur pressed its horn against the spear and tried to break it. The soldier behind watched the fight, which had started so suddenly, with confusion. None of the fighters intended to yield to the enemy. Both were gasping. Steam was coming out of the Minotaur's nostrils. The creature tried to break through the spear shaft and reach its opponent. Gathering all his strength in his hands, Leon threw the opponent far away from himself. The force of the blow made the Minotaur throw its head back and roar loudly. The ogre wanted to deliver a decisive strike with the spear to the monster's chest, but the Minotaur turned out to be much faster than expected. It again rushed at the opponent in an attack. The ogre was confused. He was facing such an opponent for the first time, and the spear might not save him. The next moment, the Minotaur rammed its horns into Leon's side. He was without armor, so he felt the force with which the horns pressed into his ribs. The air was knocked out of his chest, and he wanted to give up instantly. Leon stayed on his feet. He grabbed the opponent by the head, and in this pose they stood, trying to push the enemy. Colossal strength emanated from these two, but no one could do anything to the opponent. With colossal effort, the Minotaur managed to lift the opponent off the ground, and the ogre hung in the air for a moment. Only the spear and the chain saved Leon from death. He thought lightning fast about how to save himself. The rivals found themselves face to face in a circle around each other. They tried to see each other's eyes, but they failed. The Minotaur tried to throw the enemy away. Leon struck the opponent with force. The Minotaur's head tilted back. It seemed that now it would simply fall on its back and the fight would end there. The crowd nervously stirred. The Minotaur was confused. It lost orientation for a moment. The opponent disappeared from its eyes. But suddenly the monster noticed that Leon was high in the air. The warrior was slowly descending with force onto the enemy. The people in the arena were worried. They did not expect such a turn of events. Few believed at first that the ogre had somehow managed to fly into the air and stay there for so long. Leon, meanwhile, was descending on the Minotaur from the mountain. The fight had just begun, and the ogre was already slashing through the air. It was hard to believe. Many believed it was a secret fighting skill, a secret technique of the ogres. Borodan only carefully watched Leon and his fighting technique. He saw something familiar, something amazing in it. The man nearby did not even want to consider the victory of the ogre over the betting favorite. Leon recalled the lessons of the old Master D. He taught that the spear is not just a weapon, it is the distance between enemies, and you need to start using it with a quick lunge and attack. The code of conduct is a deliberate choice. One cannot rely on chance. Weapons force one to think and control every step. And before the warrior arises a choice to strike or to forgive. Around the master armed with a spear swirled energy that lifted dust and dirt into the air, while the man explained the basics of spear fighting. Each step became the rhythm of the universe itself, of the cosmos itself. Despite his advanced age, the man looked quite fresh and vigorous. He emphasized that masterful swordsmanship makes it possible to even penetrate through chaos itself and destroy entropy. The sun gleamed on the enemy's armor. At the same time, it blinded the Minotaur, who found it difficult to see his enemy in the bright rays. The ogre's determination and the Minotaur's surprise and difficult situation existed simultaneously. The Minotaur finally guessed where his opponent had gone. He raised his head and looked up. The question arose of what to do with the enemy who was high in the air and how to fend off the heavy attack of this guy. The monster was coming to its senses. The Minotaur was trying to understand what had happened. He had been prepared to fight a heavier and less agile opponent. Now physical strength did not matter as much as he had been trained. The monster looked carefully up the mountain. He expected his opponent to make a move this time. It was enough to reach him just once, and it could radically change the situation and the entire match. It was too late to think. The spear tip was approaching the Minotaur's eyes. He simply awaited fate as the sharp weapon penetrated his head. He could not fend off the opponent's lightning-fast attack. The blow was powerful. None of the warriors could have repelled such a strong attack. Everything around was trembling from the released energy. The spectators understood that surviving after this was impossible. The arena was almost completely destroyed. Everyone watched the result of the powerful attack with admiration. Rosemary was the most surprised. She simply could not believe that her praised Minotaur lost in such a short time, causing many present to become impoverished. The interlocutor of the bearded man lamented. He understood that he had lost his money on bets regarding the victory of the Minotaur. He still could not believe how in a few minutes he became poorer and lost a lot of money. Leon impaled the Minotaur with a spear onto the stones that paved the arena. The creature tried to resist, but its strength was leaving the monster. The ogre tightly gripped the spear and gave the opponent no chance to rise. Behind the helmet, it was hard to tell what the ogre was feeling, but his entire figure indicated that he did not really like doing what he was doing right now. Yet he had not had any other option for a long time. The crowd went wild. Leon did not want to do what the crowd wanted from him, but he was forced to do it. He pressed harder and harder on the spear's handle. His breath came out heavily from his lungs and burned. The Minotaur lay on the ground. Consciousness was slowly leaving him. His mouth opened in a voiceless, quiet scream. The spear entered slightly above the heart. And right now, the truth is revealed that the monster did not really want to fight. Tears welled up in the eyes of the defeated Minotaur. He did not want to die. But Leon himself had almost no choice left. He was forced to do what he came here for. Hundreds of eyes watched him with anticipation. The ogre swung his spear, the chain on his arm rising high into the air. The spear was aimed at the target, and now was the moment of truth that would reveal the true nature of the arena and the cruelty that took place there. The scene shifts some time after the duel to the tent in the camp of the mercenary leader Kincaid. It was quiet and dark around. The guards diligently hid and took care of their chief's life. The man in the helmet looked carefully at those standing before him. He was angry because the ogre had been here very recently, and by now had already managed to cause trouble, as Rosemary would not forgive this, and certainly would not forget. Leon and his comrade stood before the leader, who continued to tell about their mistaken notion of the arena and its true purpose. The arena was a place where many lost their heads in pursuit of fame and fortune. The chief's gaze became cold and cruel. He inquired who should take care of what the ogre himself had been taking care of. It was clear that Leon would not admit it, but he wanted to prove something to everyone who knew him. The ogre knew it was not worth angering the master even more. After all, he was already angry and trying to awaken a sense of guilt in his new subordinate. And Kincaid himself respected Leon for treating him with such respect. Beck stood up for his comrade. He emphasized that although Leon himself acted unwisely, one of their most important problems was completely solved. So Leon still became useful for the Kincaid group. The Minotaur was a half-blood created through magic and sorcery. It was certain that the beast's veins also ran with human blood, yet he had no choice in whose side he should take. Leon felt embarrassed. After all these words could easily apply to him as well, with one important difference. He had no choice about whose ally to become and whom to support. The ogre recalled how he once heard words about the fact that sometimes the causes of his aggressive behavior were the smell of blood and the human body that was afraid. The blood of the prey, which people often became, excited Leon and awakened dark instincts. The squad leader thought for a moment and asked his comrade whether they had really managed to control the ogre, which usually made those like him fall into aggression and cause many mistakes and problems. Kincaid sat down. He asked Leon, who was standing in front of him, to show how the ogre managed to control what was difficult or often impossible for ordinary half-bloods to do. So much was expected from him now. Beck was surprised by what was happening in this room now. He could not understand how the ogre could show what was essentially invisible. This only increased his interest and provoked him more. Leon's hand was rising closer to the helmet. He was trying with his hand to remove something that was bothering him a lot. Everyone in the room expected him to take off the helmet and start speaking openly about what he felt. Kincaid's eyes watched the ogre closely. The chief awaited how this proposal would end. In his military life, he had seen many amazing things, but this case stood out among the others. Leon assured that there was nothing unusual or magical in his behavior. He showed a small, shiny amulet that was miniature on his palm. This very thing helped him control anger and rage. Kincaid looked closely at Leon and asked if he really relied on this trifle, and if it was exactly this that restrained the beastly nature of the half-blood. It was hard to believe, and he expected Leon to start making excuses. The ogre silently listened to his boss. He was talking about how the whole matter was about emotions and controlling them. This was the key to his success in what happened in the arena, and how he managed to resist the Minotaur. Beck stood up for his comrade and assured that he was distinguished by an abnormal truthfulness that never allowed him to lie even once in this life, and sometimes caused very great troubles. Kincaid stood up from the table. He promised that they would no longer return to this matter. The interrogation was concluded, and everyone present was free to go and attend to their own affairs. At the end, the chief lingered. He looked carefully at his subordinates and said that he had forgotten to tell them something. Rosemary asked him to convey her gratitude to Leon for sparing her Minotaur and not killing it. And even Leon himself said that in this case it was not so important for him to win or lose, but simply to demonstrate his strength and power to the opponents and show what a half-blood warrior is capable of. Late hour had come, and everyone understood it was time to end the conversation. Moreover, the hour had come when the reward from Rosemary was supposed to arrive at their camp, so it was worth hurrying to see what awaited them. The man was holding 2 chimeras on ropes. At first glance they seemed calm, but upon closer inspection, their rage and negativity were visible in their eyes. At the appearance of other people, the chimeras began to growl. The ogre and Beck carefully examined the newcomers. They did not know how to behave with them or what they might represent. So Leon asked his partner what he thought about all this. The man remained silent. Movchanka did not last long. Beck asked the ogre if he knew about the lack of necessary conditions in the barracks to keep such creatures. He remained silent. It was hard to say whether Leon agreed with this. The creatures seemed to understand that the conversation was about them. They raised their heads high to hear better. The ogre could not bear it. He explained that the issue was not even that the barracks lacked the necessary conditions for keeping chimeras. Leon lifted the helmet visor. He looked carefully at the newcomers and pondered. After a few minutes, he asked if they could track a human or another creature. If they succeed, they will be under his care. But in fact, he did not want to leave them in captivity. Ogre sat down near the animals and informed them that if they followed him, they would come out to a clearing at the forest edge, from where they could escape and get far away from captivity and coercion. But still, the skills taught to them by people could become an obstacle. After all, if they remain in the behavior of animals, it will be quite difficult for them to adapt to the conditions of the wild nature. But they simply had no other option. But if the animals remain in the possession of people, they will become ordinary livestock. They will be used and treated as a lower form of life, which should not even have the right to exist. So the moment truly came to decide only for themselves. And they listened to him. It seemed that right now they were painting a picture of the life that awaited them ahead. And in the expression of their eyes and faces, their attitude was clearly outlined. When the man who brought the chimeras released them from the leash, the half-breeds ran around Beck and Leon and rushed past them into the distance. The most surprised in this situation was Beck. He began to understand the ogre and his control over himself. Leon asked his companion why he had been so cautious towards him all the way. It became clear that despite friendship and warm relations, there was still a chasm between them like between a human and an animal. The ogre asked if during the whole way to the camp, he had even a minute of freedom. But this question was to remain unanswered, as it could change a lot and destroy the trust that had been established between them. The man with the ropes went away. He left Beck and Leon alone. The ogre was still kneeling and trying to calm down. It was painful for his companion to see Leon in such a state. But still, it was worth looking the truth in the eye. Night slowly descended on the camp. It was quiet around, and only the guards disturbed the silence with their calls. The soldiers of the squad were resting before the next day, full of worries and training. Meanwhile, Beck was leading Leon to the tent. Until the ogre received an appointment to some position, he would spend the night in an ordinary tent with the rank-and-file soldiers. But there was nothing strange about that. According to Beck himself, everyone from this squad lived in the same conditions. And even the commanders did not see much luxury in what surrounded them in everyday life and on the campaign. This was the key to discipline. The ogre carefully tried to look around. His companion calmed him down, saying that at the moment the soldiers were warned about who would become their neighbor. But it was so dark around that Leon could not see anything. Beck asked him not to make noise but finally go to sleep. Tomorrow there would be plenty of time to look around and get used to the camp, which from now on would become his home and remain so forever. Leon took off his helmet and heavily lay down on the bed. He tried to relax, but thoughts did not leave him for a moment. The ogre wanted to get used to his new place and attitude as soon as possible. The amulet, which Leon again tightly clenched in his palm, helped him calm down. He felt peace and balance when the cold of the ornament touched his skin. Strange, warm feelings overwhelmed the ogre when alone, but suddenly, a vision appeared before Leon's eyes, one that had not visited him for a long time, and from which he had become unaccustomed. The memory seemed as if it had arisen in a distant life, yet it did not become dimmer or unclear because of that. A girl with light hair, leaning on something resembling a cane, looked attentively straight into Leon's eyes. In her eyes, there was some reproach and unspoken words, which made the soul feel sadder. Thus Leon sank even deeper into thoughts. The memory made him distract from what surrounded him and awakened something good in his heart. He was clearly not against it, to fully give himself to old memories, but something made him return to the tent. The ogre heard movement behind him with the corner of his ear. At the last moment, he dodged an unfamiliar person who attacked from behind. The attacker held a blade that shone brightly blue. The blade quickly approached the ogre's eye. He did not know if he would manage to defend himself and stop the death flying straight at his face. The hired killer clearly expected the monster to appear in this very tent. Meanwhile, the events shift to the front line of Arnia, specifically the backyard of the squad commander Kincaida. There was also silence around, but the guards controlled the situation even more. Two soldiers guarding the walls carefully looked down. There was a path leading to the exit from the fortress. One of the guards tried to see through binoculars those who decided to walk through the camp at such a late hour. Those late travelers were two unfamiliar soldiers who walked cautiously and tried not to make unnecessary noise. One of them carried a sword in his hands, and in the other hand carried something very similar to a severed human head. The guard looked more closely at the strangers, and concluded after seeing the weapon of one of them, that they were not ordinary soldiers from the camp. Because mana was jumping on the weapon, and it glowed with an unusual aura. The uninvited guests carefully examined the watch wall and saw the guards. Two of them stopped. They were deciding how to act next. One of them asked his companion, whom he called Setrak, if he was already in place. He assured that when they arrived at the place, the cargo could already be thrown out. He was clearly not pleased to carry what he held in his hands. Yet duty required him to do what he sometimes really did not want to do. The item carried by the two strangers was the head of a chimera. Setrak emphasized that such behavior and cargo were quite disgraceful. After all, they hadn't even managed to remove the muzzle from the chimera. Setrak was a knight of the kingdom of Sotrine, and he was sure that it was not worth scattering such items, although they were very unsafe and undesirable. After all, they could become the basis for negotiations. Leon skillfully avoided the enemy's attacks. The man clearly did not expect such speed from the ogre, and so the fight was prolonged. Although the attacker was seriously armed, and his chances of victory were greater. A successful blow from the right hand allowed sending the attacker into a deep knockout. Leon decided not to immediately pursue the enemy, but to rest a little. Although there might not be time left to ask a series of questions, the attacker rose from the ground on his elbows. He looked attentively at the ogre. Contempt and arrogance were reflected on the man's face. The man did not consider the ogre his equal, and was already mentally celebrating victory over Leon. Such behavior of the man made the ogre forget about self-control. Leon just wanted to tear the scoundrel to pieces. He was already about to launch an attack. But something distracted him again from his intention. Another attacker was hiding behind Leon's back, and the bald man treacherously attacked from behind his enemy. The first attacker could only watch as his accomplice dealt with the ogre, the monster. The bald man tried to wrap his enemy with special thread strings, but he did not expect that the ogre would manage to counterattack. And not just counterattack, but to hold the strings, which usually cut everything they touched. Leon bit the strings with his teeth and held them firmly. Thus, his hands remained free, and he could counterattack the opponent. Strength and rage gave power to the ogre, and above all, he wanted to avenge the attackers for their treachery. The bald man finally controlled himself, although Leon still firmly clenched the string in his teeth. A stalemate situation arose, in which neither opponent was going to yield their strength, as their own lives were at stake. It was enough for the ogre to relax for a moment, and the strings wound around him again. Blood splattered from the wound on his face, which further enraged Leon. It seemed that his opponent could not fully understand what had happened. Leon managed to escape from captivity. Enemies stood before and behind him. Any of them was about to attack the ogre when he got distracted by another. One of the men began mocking Leon. The man assured that he asks to forgive his thoughts regarding the ogre being just a mountain of muscles. On the contrary, the monster turned out to be surprisingly fast and skillful. But this did not solve the problem of its origin. Lisi realized that he had a unique opportunity to provoke and deprive the monster's will of concentration. He emphasized that combat power was the reason why the ogre was not sent to the cage like an animal. Leon became angry. It even hurt him to think that there was some other reason why he was not sent to training, but ended up in this camp and became one of the strongest fighters. That moment of weakness quickly passed. Leon asked the people to stop. After all, they were supposed to be allies, fighting on the same side, and they clearly could not be enemies. So the best option was to calm down. Surrounded by soldiers and warriors, Leon asked them to pull themselves together and stop, for one must not attack their ally. And besides, they are now driven by some incomprehensible dark notions, unbefitting a warrior and soldier. But it was still too late to turn to these people. And Leon understood this soon. The first of the attackers laughed at the words ogre, and assured that in this war even the closest friends and comrades are killed. Leon suspected the reason for such cruel treatment of his people. War had made people's hearts cruel, but he did not have to play the scapegoat so that it would be easier for them. And the attacker meanwhile was telling that more often people from their squad became victims of those who swore loyalty to them and called themselves allies. But Ogre could not understand that. At that moment he was in prison and was captive. Memories of former combat life sometimes kept many great fighters and soldiers awake, forcing them to think about it through sleepless nights. Commanders and skilled warriors led mercenary units, and then they all rushed into the attack, even when it was clear that many of them simply would not return from there. The warriors rushed at the enemy ranks without any support from the regular army, and they died as heroes and glorious warriors. But more and more often at that moment, soldiers of the Empire stood in their way. They met the mercenaries with hostile ranks, which like fortress walls held back the enemy's assault. They seemed invincible, Over time, the Emperor's warriors switched to a different technique. They used their monsters' puppets to break through enemy lines. Huge creatures burst among people, sowing chaos and destruction, forcing them to flee the battlefield. The spirit of the army was falling, and soon fleeing from battle ceased to be something shameful. Defeat after defeat forced the soldiers to retreat and panic, abandoning their comrades to their fate. The empire was advancing confidently. The rulers began to pity losing their soldiers. And the solution to this issue was an idea, unknown who first came up with it. But the soldiers were not satisfied with what the reform in the army meant. Armed forest trolls came to the aid of the human army, but nothing good could come of it, and soon it became clear. But it was too late to change anything. Things went very badly. At first glance, everything was quite logical and took place in real life. Trolls stood alongside ordinary soldiers against the Emperor's monsters, and they clearly could become worthy opponents for the puppets. Trolls amazed everyone with their size and combat characteristics. But soon the time came to pay for their mistakes and miscalculations. Forest trolls rebelled against their allies. They betrayed the soldiers and almost switched to the enemy's side. People realized too late what had happened to their comrades in arms and how their attitude had changed. The battlefield turned into a real meat grinder. Trolls and monsters killed mercenaries and people on their side. Everything around turned into a swamp of blood and tears of the wounded. Those who managed to escape were lucky. The nobles who had been sitting out in the rear late realized what they had done, and then they decided to try once more to implement changes in the army. They did not like the picture they saw. At their command, the squad of archers, like a single mechanism, drew their bows and prepared to fire a volley. Such was the last order of the supreme commander-in-chief of the kingdom's armies. He did not consider the losses. A whole cloud of arrows descended on the trolls and people who did not manage to move away. It was a betrayal for the mercenaries. It was in this cauldron that enemies and allies mixed. These concepts lost their meaning, and life itself changed. The attacker with a knife explained his unwillingness to be near the ogres on the battlefield by this, because at any moment they could do the same as they did then to the soldiers and forest trolls. People around tightened the circle. They decided to finish the matter they had started to the end. Leon's words that they were making a serious mistake by following their emotions. But now he no longer considered this situation a simple misunderstanding. Leon was preparing to fight back against the opponents, because they would still want to finish him off even when the ogre decided to simply surrender. Leon felt surrounded. He definitely was not going to surrender just like that. And the soldiers were not going to retreat. Anger and rage overwhelmed them and clouded their minds. And the people themselves decided to turn into monsters. The people attacked Leon like dogs. They raged and just wanted bloody revenge for what was done to them many years ago. For some of them, this was supposed to be proof that they were worth something. The mercenary leader carefully watched the men who came to him late at night. He listened attentively to them and made conclusions. And the knights came to him not without reason. He wanted to gladly drive them away. Meanwhile, Sarant asked why Kincaid could not put the monsters prowling around his camp in order. After all, the place for such creatures was the arena, and it was not fitting for knights to soil their hands with monsters. In any case, the knights defended the opinion that monsters, especially those creatures they brought, should not be trusted, and the winner of the tournament in the arena should release them. The mercenary leader restrained himself. The knight reported that he personally came precisely to deal with the scoundrel. But considering the poor military spirit of the mercenary squad, it would be enough to reprimand them for bad discipline. Kincaid patiently listened to the guests. He waited until they finished their conversation, after which he ordered to hear his position as well. Because there were several points worth clarifying before punishing Leon. The peculiarity of the ogre was that he had the strength of a pureblood, as he proved in the arena. So it was worth treating him carefully. Otherwise, a conflict provoked deliberately could turn into a bloody massacre. And another proof in favor of the ogre was that he was now not just a mercenary, but accepted into service by royal decree. So at the moment he falls under the general royal jurisdiction. The knight jumped onto the table in front of Kincaid. He still could not believe that the king had taken a monster into service. It turns out that the mistakes of the past taught him almost nothing. And Kincaid himself does not learn what life teaches. Kincaid listened to the knight's speech. He assured that it was a poor excuse to protect Leon. One cannot make a contract with a monster. Therefore, it is worth getting rid of it as soon as possible. The leader of the mercenaries assured that everything was fine, and the contract has already been signed and sealed, and the knight is now standing on it with his boot. He tried to pretend he didn't understand anything, but he played the role poorly. Kincaid himself was already about to put an end to the quarrel. He assured that none of the mercenaries could boast of writing as well as the king did, so this could close the topic regarding the service of the ogre. Meanwhile, Leon clenched the amulet in his hands, surrounded by defeated soldiers who wanted to vent their anger and rage on him. He calmed down only after defeating them all, with only one opponent left in his hands. The knights who entered the tent were surprised by what they saw. The question that arose in both of them concerned how one could control this monster. But the head of the delegation had already started to get carried away. He drew his sword and told his assistant not to interfere. The man began to guess why his friend Herman was seized by the desire to teach and study the half-bloods. Herman was once simply obsessed with such half-breeds. And it was in pursuit of one that the knight's comrade disappeared without a trace. No one has heard anything about him, and suspicions may even fall on Kincaid himself. The man looked closely at the head of the chimera. If Herman had been just another stray knight, no one would have made such a fuss over his disappearance. But now the situation arose where it was worth searching for the famous hero. The matter also takes a different turn because Herman belonged to the royal family, and such disappearances are simply unforgivable. Thus, the king's anger drives the investigation to proceed even faster. He was still clutching the amulet in his hands. Ogre was silent. It hurt him to realize that he had begun to fully control himself without the help of this artifact. But the reason for his breakdown was the people themselves, their impudence. Leon walked silently. He was loaded with the squad's belongings in addition to his own things. His physical strength and endurance had made him something like a pack animal. But he took it calmly. Rosemary watched him closely, although she knew she had no right to interfere. Her battle trolls were constantly under the control of soldiers and trainers. These trolls looked like mindless tools for carrying loads. The ogre constantly felt a watchful gaze upon him, and tried not to show that he fully understood how most of the caravan regarded him. Yesterday's incident in the tent clarified many things. And the man himself emphasized that this march is meaningless. He said that the emperor himself does not attack, but rather firmly holds the defense for now, which is to be thanked to the empire, as it could easily crush the king's forces. Leon asked his comrade when they would be able to resume their training sessions again. The man did not know what to answer. It is difficult to find time for preparation during the march. He dared to say that the training was more of a relaxation of the military unit's rules, and Denev simply agreed to allocate time for the session. Training was not really included in the general plans at the moment. Leon understood his comrade's feelings. He assured him that he understood his situation, and would not insist on continuing the training. After all, it could undermine the squad's morale and sow discord. Beck assured that chaos and disorder already reigned in the camp. And he did not want to tell this to the ogre, who hoped that it was in the mercenary squad that he would get what he had long desired. Finally night came. The comrades came to the tent. Beck warned Leon not to dare to start fighting on his own. When a situation similar to the previous one arises, the ogre must inform him about it. The last words before parting were a warning from Beck himself. The man asked not to trust everyone who was by his side on the battlefield. Even if Beck himself asked him for a dubious favor, he must not obey. These words seemed strange even to Leon himself. He did not want to believe that this man, who had treated him so well, was capable of betrayal or stabbing him in the back. Yet hope still lived in the ogre's heart. And now he was watching Beck closely, who was walking beside him and trying to immediately stop any conversations related to the ogre and his place in the mercenary squad. Leon believed that Beck was actually different from the others. Leon carefully watched the group of men walking in the caravan. He was displeased that he could not fully trust these people in battle. After all, even being in the same boat, they could not work together. Regarding the fact that one cannot trust those people who attacked him last night and tried to kill him just because he was not like them. It made him feel very ashamed and very uncomfortable. The caravan and soldiers kept going. They covered mile after mile heading toward their goal. The people acted like machines, not thinking about what awaited them ahead. Only Leon seemed to show more humanity than all of them. The sun had already set below the horizon. People finally reached the nearest settlement and looked for a place to stay for the night. The march was completed for today, and the commander was satisfied with the result. One of his assistants warned that they would be in this place until dawn, so it is worth being completely satisfied with staying here. The warriors should repair their weapons and armor and set out in the morning. Chaos reigned throughout the marching camp. People were pitching tents. Battle trolls were unloading cautiously. Tents began to be set up here and there. And around, there was a buzz about dinner and lighting the fire. Leon took advantage of the rest and was going to practice spear fighting skills. He moved swiftly and did not allow the spear to be in the same position even for a moment. The ogre exerted himself to the maximum and spent quite a lot of time training. Such exercises would have long ago pinned an ordinary person to the ground. But for Leon, it was more than just training. The mentor stood before him and carefully watched the skill of his subordinate. The man asked the student to stop, as in his opinion, it was enough for today. The overly tired ogre would not endure tomorrow's crossing. Derev praised Leon. The man said he was simply delighted with the student. After all, He was distinguished not only by intellect, which is typical for ogres. Leon's skill and diligence exceeded all expectations. The master praised Leon once again, but he silently accepted the praise. Leon was more interested in when the next training session would take place, a question that was not so easy even for Denev himself, who did not know how to answer. Finally, the man gathered his thoughts. He said that even if you disregard Leon's fighting technique, he has immense strength and can simply fight, having an extraordinary advantage over his opponent. The main question was whether further training made sense. The man asked the ogre for permission to ask him a question that he might not like very much, but the answer to it needed to be obtained. Derev received consent. He asked whether Leon really set himself the goal of mastering spear fighting to surpass someone or prove something to someone. In response, he received unequivocal silence. Before Leon's eyes stood a man armed with a sword. The blond man threw out his hand in a gesture that could only mean he would try to kill anyone who stood in his way to the goal and the pinnacle of power. Leon wanted to talk about it. He explained that one day he became a target for a knight obsessed with half-bloods. The knight intended to capture Leon and claim him for his trophy collection. The ogre explained that the meeting with the knight seemed to have broken something inside him. Back then, he managed to survive, and after that event he vowed to become capable of protecting himself and his loved ones from danger, for the knight was like a wall at that time. Despite the master's praise, the ogre could not stop now. He had to improve further and further to be able to fight an opponent of any level at the right moment. Right now, it was still difficult for him to do all this, and if he stops now, he will not be able to help anyone in the future. Derev understood the student's words. This was exactly the answer he expected. After all, the ogre surpassed all the human students the master had. The man did not manage to finish his words of praise. He was shocked that Leon swung at a whole knight. The ogre grabbed a spear and swung at his mentor, causing him to be confused and even frightened. The spear in Leon's hands broke into two parts. The mentor was thrown far away from the ogre itself. Behind Denev stood a man in a hood. He didn't even have time to understand what had happened, but Leon had warned about the danger. Derev sat on the ground trying to recover from what had happened. The ogre stood before him defenseless and unarmed. Behind stood a man who had drawn a sword and was approaching the old mentor. With a sharp move, the ogre found himself between the armed stranger and the mentor and Beck. Leon held a weapon in his hands, which he intended to use to fend off the enemy. He already knew who he would have to deal with. Before Leon stood a knight whom the Kincaid commander himself had recently received in his tent. The stranger was surprised that the ogre dared to parry a sword strike with an extraordinarily powerful blade aura. Leon jumped high to avoid the enemy's treacherous strike. If he hadn't done that, his legs would have long been away from his torso. The ogre knew that simply defending himself wouldn't work now. He managed to avoid the sword strike again. The knight slipped past the opponent. The ogre's hand was so close to the attacker's head, but he didn't manage to grab him. That could have ended the fight immediately. The knight rushed past Leon, who struck the ground with force. The man was surprised by the opponent he had to face. At this moment, it became clear why Herman failed to deal with the monster. The ogre carefully watched the opponent. The knight thought about the reckless Herman, who constantly boasted about his cold-bloodedness and sound mind, and could not stop himself in time to reject self-deception. The man held a sword, preparing for an attack. He was a true master of the sword, and they would not send just anyone to search for the missing knight. So the fight was truly difficult and challenging for Leon. Derev and Beck carefully watched the opponents. Both had doubts about whether the ogre could withstand such a dangerous adversary. The old man was curious about what the Bzabu knight was doing in this place, and whether he had not received a summons. Beck tried to stop the ogre. He did not want to risk his comrade's life, but the old man asked not to do anything foolish. After all, if Kincaid gave the go-ahead for this, it was not worth interfering. Everything could now be decided on the battlefield. Leon carefully watched the opponent. Behind the ogre stood his comrades. The ogre inquired what that pride was, which the knight so often mentioned. He asked if the fate of the comrade was known to the opponent himself. Before Leon's eyes appeared the scene when he simply crushed the enemy's body against the wall of sharpened stakes. The knight's sword was restrained from the ground. He wanted to tell about what happened to one of the knights. The attacker did not intend to talk. He asked the monster to be silent, as it had no right to speak. But if it really wants to, the knight will gladly enlighten it and show what respect means. According to the knight, his comrade Herman suffered all his life from the bastard complex, and until the end of his life could not give up the idea of getting rid of the ogre. Even when death was breathing down his neck, he did not abandon the plan. But today the knight himself will renounce his fall in order to end the ogre once and for all. To set an example for all who dared to oppose the king's forces and desecrate his knighthood. Two strangers carefully examined the valley where the meeting between the knight and Leon was taking place, trying not to draw attention to themselves, clearly wanting to keep their presence a secret. One of those present respectfully addressed his partner. He asked if he really wanted so much to stay in this place. In fact, it was very dangerous even given their capabilities. The man from under the hood explained to the servant that no more delay was allowed. The servant, named Suan Yu, was to deal with the knights gathered under Bellione's wing, and it was necessary to quickly seize their credentials. The patch glove of the bearded man began to shine with a bright mana. He warned the servant not to interfere no matter what he saw there. The choice was made long ago, and now it was time to bring it to life. And the man himself will now do what he was supposed to do long ago. Fate had been pushing him towards this for a very long time, and one cannot remain inactive in such a case. Leon was not going to run away from the enemy. He did not even avoid his blows, although he perfectly understood the destructive power of such a weapon. Behind stood Beck and the mentor. The man asked the ogre to dodge and avoid the fight. Beck shouted and begged his recent friend to stop fighting, as a swordsman of such a level could definitely be too much for him. But the ogre remained deaf to his comrade's words and was not going to yield to the knight a second time. Leon's colossal energy was released after the ogre struck the ground with all his might. Wind and pieces of earth and soil flew in all directions. Denev barely held on, trying not to be blown away by the shockwave. But unfortunately, this made no impression on the enemy. The knight wounded the ogre's body with quick, lightning-fast strikes. Leon was confused. He was not yet used to fighting a fast and accurate opponent. Although the knight himself was impressed by the ogre's skills, he praised the monster, as you won't get anything like that from humans. No one has ever stopped sword strikes with bare hands, and Leon pleasantly surprised as an opponent. Above, the battle continued. The knight jumped around the ogre, who found it difficult to catch such a nimble and fast target. And the opponent tried to unbalance him and provoke emotions, causing a mistake that would cost his life. Around the ogre's body, mana from the sword swirled. Blood flowed from numerous wounds on the monster's body. But the goal did not allow Leon to give up. The human attacker saw too much in the ogre that did not suit this creature at all. Leon, Beck and Derev wanted to intervene in the duel, yet they restrained themselves. The men knew that entering the fight now meant ending their own existence, for the royal knight would not forgive such a thing lightly. The knight himself looked disdainfully at his opponent. He was sure that the fight would soon end with the monster's defeat. This clearly made him want to laugh. After all, Herman had been avenged, and the king would receive a new trophy. The man with the sword stood behind the ogre, who was covered in wounds. Blood streamed down his body. Leon seemed about to fall from exhaustion at any moment. It was hard to even imagine what strength still kept the giant on his feet. The knight slowly approached the ogre. He asked him to surrender, and it would soon be over. After all, even on the brink of death, he tried to be human, although he fully understood that he was essentially a monster and a beast. Leon tried to cover the most dangerous wounds with his hands. He knew that the enemy was not just inflicting random wounds, but aiming at pain points. So you can't just survive this fight. And the opponent was already close. When a powerful yet light strike hit the ogre's neck directly. Blood splattered. Leon did not understand how he could not feel the sword that so easily pierced his skin and reached straight to the arteries. Beck tried to go help his comrade and Derev, who, due to his advanced age, understood what might have happened. His helplessness grew with every minute. He could not allow his friend to die. Leon was on his knees, held only by his hands, stubbornly pressed into the ground. The ogre understood that this time he would lose. Such an opponent was simply beyond his power to defeat. Soon, the moment of the decisive blow was to come. The knight behind was approaching. He held a sword for the final strike. The monster was in front of him. The beast was helpless. The prolonged fight exhausted his strength and forced him to accept defeat. Blood streamed from the ogre's mouth. He tried to do something, but strength and blood were leaving him. Leon felt helpless. The energy of the blade swirled around the man. He was already savoring victory and believed that the king's favor was in his pocket. When he finds out that Herman's killer is dead, he will generously reward for his relative. New wounds rapidly appeared all over the ogre's body. He no longer had the strength to resist. The battle turned into a slaughter. Mere torment of the enemy provoked contempt from Beck and Denev. Finally, with a direct, powerful blow to the back, he ended the match with a victory. Leon could not hold back. Broyan on the neck protected him from having his head completely separated from the body. Beck tried to break free from Denev's hands, but nerves and fatigue made him powerless to escape. The old man understood Beck's feelings, but could not help him in this case. The knight stood over the opponent who was still trying to get up. The man praised the ogre but emphasized that he still could not take advantage of the opportunity and fight man to man. Shalom slid slightly off Leon's face, and the knight stood over him, wanting to hear the last words of the defeated opponent. He mocked the monster, saying that a real person could not just give up like that. He pressed the tip of the sword to the ogre's face and ordered him to get up and show everything he was still capable of. The man assured that if Oakley Leon did not stand before him, he would force him to do so by force. He contemptuously directed the tip of his sword towards the ogre, whom he already considered half dead. In the worst case, he believed that the ogre was left powerless and no longer posed a danger to those around. Suddenly, a light sphere appeared between them, resembling lightning from afar. Both opponents were suddenly stunned by it and did not know what to do. Each thought it was a trick by the opponent. But soon, when the glow allowed them to look around, both saw that a man had appeared between them. He was wearing a helmet and intended to stop the beating. The knight raised his hand high, releasing the sword. The stranger paused for a moment and looked attentively, without unnecessary words, into the ogre's face. His facial expression showed friendly support and certainty that he would clearly help to cope and protect. Leon's recent opponent was thrown very far away. He miraculously stayed on his feet, but could not help but get angry. The man began to guess what third force had intervened in the duel. The knight asked Sir Martin why he so quickly sided with the ogre. After all, there was a royal permit against this monster. And besides, Kincaid himself was not against the matter with the giant being resolved quickly. Sir Martin addressed Sir Setrak and asked why he could not wait for the decisive duel in the arena, and instead decided to attack the tired opponent alone after the march and training. Contempt flickered in his words. But Setrak was not going to apologize or explain the reasons for his behavior. He emphasized that the Knights of Crossan are not allowed to participate in such fights. Martin asked the opponent to calm down. After all, even with Kincaid, an honest and fair duel on transparent terms was discussed at the time, not the bloody slaughter the fight had turned into. Leon was unfairly defeated. The Knight of Crossan approached Leon and carefully examined him. The result of the examination was not very encouraging, but Martin knew about the unique regeneration of ogres. So he wished him a speedy recovery for the next honest duel. Setrak was stopped by a single mention that Belliones now did not need any black marks on his reputation. After all, at the moment he was in a rather difficult position regarding what was supposed to happen. Martin also addressed Beck and Lenev. He emphasized that they should now help Leon and heal him. In the future, they must be more careful with him and train him. After all, he will become a much better fighter. When the comrades approached the ogre, Martin ordered Setrak to also get out of here. For today, the fights and disputes were finally over. The next meeting was to take place on the battlefield. Leon tried to get up. He held on with his last strength and did not want to be an obstacle to his friends. Beck carefully tried to help his comrade. He examined the ogre's wounds and already knew how to act next. Blood was flowing from the ogre's hand, but he was recovering strangely. The defeat did not break him. It became another lesson for him. The future was now shaping up in a way that had never before appeared before the fighter. Night came. Setrak was talking with Martin. The man asked the Knight of Crossan to listen to his opinion. After all, it was clearly right. It was worth considering today's fight as self-defense against a fierce monster. The main question in this case was whether the troll could be controlled. Because when the answer to this question is negative, one can speak of justifiable self-defense. Martin asked Setrak to keep silent. The man asked Setrak whether personal glory and well-being were really more important to him than the outcome of the war, which would affect the life of the entire kingdom and could break the lives of thousands of people. Setrak immediately understood what his interlocutor was hinting at. He asked, "Isn't it known that the Alliance now rules the army?" The main advantage of the Emperor's army was the infantry, which attacked or held back the enemy's advance in steel ranks. But the main disadvantage of the Empire's army was the absence of powerful knights as a separate combat unit. This was the reason why the Emperor's commanders began to use puppets. At the moment, the enemy had relaxed. They think that victory is already in their pocket. But this is not so. It is necessary to allow the enemy to lose vigilance. But it seemed that someone had lured Sir Martin to the other side. Martin looked carefully at his interlocutor. He asked if he was not risking by expressing such thoughts. After all, the statement sounded almost like an accusation of treason. And for what purpose Setrak said this was unknown. Setrak asked him not to break the comedy. After all, he did not believe that Martin had not thought about this before. And such words as motives and betrayal sounded very funny in this case. His contemptuous attitude towards Sorain played a cruel joke on him. Martin did not want to listen to this man any longer, and he had no options to run away. Retreating before such a rogue would be very wrong. And Setrak asked why the most respected Knight of Crossan follows the exile from Sorain. Belliones warned Martin that the alliance is now very relaxed, and it is very easy to get into it, so it is worth being wary of various elements that may infiltrate as internal spies. Both knew that this moment would come. Setrak managed to draw his sword, and Martin activated his abilities. Both knights were approaching each other to finally put an end to the clash and establish justice. Each of the opponents literally made several lunges towards the opponent in a second. It was hard to see the lightning-fast movements of the men with the naked eye. Setrak was extremely surprised by his opponent's fighting technique. He directed energy not at the blade or other weapons. He concentrated it with his will on his own fists. The knight's hands turned into deadly weapons capable not only of attacking, but also of defending. Without weapons, Martin moved simply lightning fast. He avoided the opponent's lunges, and each time got closer to Setrak. He began to panic and make more and more mistakes, which allowed Martin to attack more actively. Setrak finally got the opportunity to distance himself from the opponent to have free space for an attack. But Martin did not lose his composure. Even in such a situation, he perfectly understood that this gave him the opportunity to accelerate even more. Setrak suspected his opponent of being a spy acting in favor of the enemy camp. He called him not a knight, but just a soldier, since he did not use a sword, the weapon of the noble and worthy. In Setrak's opinion, Martin made a colossal mistake. Under no circumstances should he have done what he did. Now he deserves severe punishment, for he betrayed the ideals of knighthood and honor. Setrak attacked, but he actually failed at everything. Martin grabbed him by the head and held him high above the ground. Setrak's sword was sticking out of the ground. The noble knight found himself in a situation that was completely unworthy. Martin listened to the opponent's wheezing and groans. He asked if he wanted to know the answer to the question of why Sir Yamartin did not draw his sword, and the answer was banal. He simply did not want to spoil his clothes. Energy began to swirl around Martin's hand. Setrak screamed loudly. He understood what was about to happen next, and he no longer had the strength to resist. Setrak resigned himself to the last moments of his life. The darkness was pierced by rays of bright blue color. At that moment, the life of one of the most famous knights of the continent ended, who tried to avenge his comrade and curry favor with the king. The Alliance army camp was preparing for the decisive clash. People gathered in groups to talk and settle their issues before the important and very deadly battle. The battle trolls were preparing for another fight. Rosemary was in her command tent. She looked attentively at her interlocutor. He was silent. The girl asked to stop this nonsense, as it was starting to make her nervous and angry. It was time to talk business. Personally, Belliones visited her tent. The woman was not afraid of him. Or rather, she just pretended not to be afraid. The conversation concerned the warriors' puppets with which the enemy's army was equipped. Minotaur Rosemary, as she herself admitted, attracted much more attention than was necessary. However, the demonstration was a great success. The enemies should have long known about the existence of such monsters in the Alliance army. The woman tried to lead Belliones to the answer she wanted. The man had to agree to her terms. So Rosemary asked if she understood correctly that victory was not important to him now. He thought silently for a long time. Finally, the man asked if Rosemary really believed that Alliance had a chance to defeat such a powerful and numerous enemy. She did not answer for a long time. Bell continued. He asked how long the Alliance would be able to hold out after they won this battle. Hearing such words from one of the most influential people of the Alliance was quite strange and unexpected. In his opinion, the country was now on the brink of destruction, and the aristocracy and priests quarreled and formed alliances among themselves to gain power and control over all the people of the Alliance. Ordinary citizens are indifferent to the war. They are doomed to perish under heavy taxes and extortions from the authorities, who thus try to finance and support an army that is unknown whom it protects. Nobles and powerful officials who are supposed to be at the front, holding the defense or conducting offensive operations, are currently sitting in their estates waiting to see which side will prevail, like little children. This was exactly how Bella thought the current reality was in all its beauty. Rosemary did not know how to respond to such words. She asked with a smirk whether the man would really create and lead the militia. The man said that in this battle he arranged a fight with one of the most powerful knights of the Empire, so everything could end very quickly for him, and therefore there was no room for far-sighted plans. And Rosemary's task now is to conserve as much strength and resources as possible for conducting further combat operations. No one can guarantee how things will turn out in the future, and how the aristocrats and priests will behave. Rosemary stepped out of the house where she had spoken with the commander. She was surrounded by guards and loyal generals. The officers saw how anxious their commander was as she left the house, and understood that quick orders would soon follow. Rosemary thought about Bella. A person with his mind and position could not just get involved in a losing cause. Therefore, it was worth following him and being loyal. or simply playing such a role. The man himself wondered whether he had told his assistant too much. He hesitated and was anxious because such an important matter lay ahead. It turned out that he had opened up very much to Rosemary. The camp was waking up from the night's sleep. People were gathering. Many did not realize the seriousness of the situation, as even among the ordinary soldiers there were rumors that the knights had made a secret agreement with the Empire. Rosemary especially wanted to believe in this. She hoped that in this way she would manage to preserve most of her creations and monsters, whom she had taught and made her subordinates despite their will and desire. Now she was examining the camp and wondering if the defeat would be a lesson for the entire Alliance, and if it would make everyone involved in the Alliance troops' exposure more attentive. The woman hoped for this. If the soldiers do not wake up and continue to sell themselves for money, risking their lives for gold, they will not be able to change anything for the better, and the army will become a provider for aristocrats and officials. The day of battle came. The armies of the opponents lined up in even rows on the northern steppes of Arnia. Humans and monsters sought to find a way to start the deadly battle as soon as possible and put an end to hesitation. Beck commanded the 28th Detachment. He gave orders to his men loudly and clearly, and they hurried to carry them out, for the commander never made rash actions or maneuvers. The soldiers trusted him. The commander emphasized that they had returned to the battlefield once again, and now here, in a place where killing and cruelty prevail, one can rely only on one thing: their comrade and the shoulder of their neighbor. Leon found it strange to hear such words after what he had heard from the attackers that night. He did not want to think that his life depended on these people and their attitude towards him. But be that as it may, today, they were one squad, and this will be the guarantee that they will all survive and return home intact. Although ahead, there was a whole sea of bodies. There were both ordinary soldiers and Hellbrain puppets. Hell was about to begin soon. The enemy was approaching alone. Soldiers of the Empire and their demonic allies marched slowly in even rows. They paid no attention to anything in front of them. Silence and calm prevailed in the enemy ranks, and this struck terror. The ogre carefully examined the enemy ranks. It was them that Beck had told him about. And indeed, they were a dangerous enemy. Old wounds from anxiety began to bother Leon. But even more, he wanted to see the puppets. Rosemary and her soldiers stood before a huge enemy that resembled a thunderstorm come to life. It was a battle troll trained to fight and destroy enemies by the dozens at once. An ordinary soldier who dared to stand against the troll seemed like a toy, and his sword, which could use the aura of the blade, was not a very good weapon against the troll, since despite the armor it had thick skin. The herald sounded the assembly. This was supposed to be the last soldier, so that the army could take its positions and align the ranks. The formation awaited the arrival of the commander-in-chief, and soon he arrived on the battlefield to command directly. Sir Martin, armed with a legendary sword, stepped forward ahead of his troops. He activated a magical voice amplifier and addressed the enemy. His words were directed more at the puppets who were merely instruments. According to Martin, the occupiers came to their lands with the purpose of destruction and devastation, as the question arose of what to do with the Empire's soldiers, whom the warriors did not want to kill without reason, but had no other choice. The enemy ranks did not move. The huge marionettes raised their battle shields on command and waited to hear what the commanders would say. They did not care to listen to words about their looting and greed, love of blood. The word passed to Belliones. He said that as a commander, he promises to avenge all the damage done to the Alliance and will show what honor and dignity of a knight are. If the enemy does not lay down arms, a battle will begin. But before that, Belliones allowed the volunteer to leave the enemy camp and cross blades with him, thus preserving the army and resolving the matter as it was done in ancient times, in the era of great heroes. The commander pointed his sword towards the enemy. Rows of warriors began to move, filling the air with the clatter of armor. Someone dared to step forward and fight for their side. Everyone around held their breath. A warrior in strange armor stepped out to meet Belliones. He confidently warned that the outcome of the duel was known in advance. After all, Belliones would also have to join the side of the victor, the side of the Empire. Belliones did not lose his composure. He held his sword before the opponent. It seemed that even now he was preparing for the enemy's attack. Yet it seemed that he knew something, that he suspected something. His opponent was wearing a helmet through which it was difficult to see the face, but it was clear that he was still quite young. The soldiers behind him watched their hero attentively and supported him with loud cries. The opponents stood facing each other. Cries of support echoed around. Everyone around was very surprised, as no one had seen such a thing for a long time. The soldiers hoped that everything would be resolved quite bloodlessly. Beck turned to Leon and addressed him. The commander had an important matter for his subordinate. The man asked for only one thing. The duel that was about to take place before them was a fight between two high-ranking knights. The man also asked the ogre to be very attentive. After all, Such a duel is not often seen. The soldiers held their breath and watched the field between the armies carefully. It was very important for Leon to remember everything he saw. Energy surged around the two knights. Each was now trying simply to intimidate the opponent by showing his strength and demonstrating combat techniques. But so far, no one had managed to scare the opponent. The Imperial warrior carefully examined Beliones. He studied the technique the enemy used, and now held his sword so that he could enter the fight and attack him as quickly as possible. Yet he respected him. The technique of the Empire's own warrior was quite smooth and precise. But Beliones thought that he would not lose to this young man. Experience and wisdom were on his side, and speed and youth could play a cruel trick. Beliones tried to unbalance the opponent. He taunted him and said that he was losing a lot. His technique was not as deadly as it seemed at first glance. For the commander, the duel was a good opportunity to settle the matter. Moreover, the young man was not exerting himself too much. It was worth giving a lesson to the insolent and treacherous opponent. So it was no time to delay. Beliones attacked. He rushed swiftly at the opponent. The sword approached the enemy, but he did nothing. He did not even try to defend himself. It seemed that the opponent was not afraid of him at all, and he paid no attention to him. The first case passed without harm to any opponent. That was at first glance. Beliones found himself behind his opponent, and he, in turn, was analyzing what had just happened before him. Beliones began to laugh quietly. He assured the enemy that the Empire had taught him a lot in terms of fencing and weapon mastery. But unfortunately, innate limitations could not be overcome by any means. The commander was now interested in why the Empire had presented the current opponent as the Empire's main fighter, although it was known that the Empire was catastrophically short of experienced fighters. The young man took off his helmet. He, in turn, found it funny what he heard. He asked if Beliones really believes that the Empire keeps such strict records of its mighty warrior knights, representatives of noble families. The soldier, now without a helmet, looked carefully at the opponent and asked if he really believed that all the previous victories of the Empire on the battlefield were pure coincidence and in no way depended on the knights' fighters. Beliones became curious about how Helprain managed to quickly gather experienced high-ranking warriors and how he trained his fighters so fast. It was frightening to guess about the enemy's army. The fighter himself addressed the Alliance warrior. He warned that many in the Alliance are actually under illusions. Much of what is told in the kingdom was simply ordinary deception and manipulation. The opponents crossed swords again. Around them, cries of support and approval rang out again for every precise strike. Leon was thrilled by what he saw. The techniques of these knights surpassed even the technique of Sir Setrak. The memory made the ogre himself uneasy. He wanted to talk to someone to distract himself and calm down. Next was Beck, and Leon told that he had never seen anything like it. The man calmed him down. He promised to tell everything. The level of these fighters was high, but at the moment the essence of their techniques was the same as that of the ogre himself. The status of a knight is usually determined by his strength and abilities. The difference between an ordinary fighter and a knight was colossal. To measure up to them, those who were taught for years to wield mana were very great. In the Alliance, knights were distinguished by how skillfully they could wield and control mana. Meanwhile, Beliones fought with an Imperial warrior, both realizing the time had come to reveal all their cards. Now, everything depended on these two warriors. If the Empire sent an opponent of lower rank, they would lose in any case. But it is not worth making hasty conclusions. Mana was not a simple matter. Beck told that high-level warriors possess a special fighting technique called the Blade Aura. This allowed transferring mana to the tip and blade of the sword. These were exactly the current opponents. The commander asked the ogre not to be distracted by extraneous thoughts now, but to fully concentrate on the battle. After all, he had to study the opponent's techniques. The mastery and control of mana by these two were amazing. The whole point was that for some, mastering mana was a matter of almost a lifetime. Therefore, knights who skillfully controlled it were valuable and unique fighters. And now, there was a unique opportunity to observe them. Meanwhile, the opponent's swords crossed. Both held firm, and were not going to lose to the opponent, as that was equivalent to admitting not only their own death, but condemning thousands and hundreds of thousands of lives. With a skillful, strong, powerful strike, Bell hit the opponent and threw him off balance. The Empyrean did not manage to block and fell on his back. The opponent's sword approached him with a new strike. The duel was almost over. Beliones was not going to kill the young man. He pressed the tip of the sword to the boy's armor and warned him not to make rash actions, as a lot was at stake. Yet the experienced old warrior could not contain his rage. He pierced the opponent's body with the sword. Blood rose in a cloud into the air. There was a smile on the boy's face. He assured that the Empire would not surrender just like that. The young man's last words made the knight laugh. For Beliones himself, this victory was not as hard as he had thought. The young man fell to the ground. Above him still hung a bloody trail. Bell made the decisive sword strike and was already mentally celebrating victory over the opponent. The soldiers of his army joyfully chanted the commander's name. The only one who silently watched all this was the ogre. He began to suspect that this victory could turn out very badly for all of them. But still, now was not the time to show his emotions. Meanwhile, Belliones activated the voice amplifier and addressed all the warriors of the Alliance. He spoke about the glorious victory over the Knight Sorain, and this would become a new era. The warrior stood over the body of the opponent. Bellion was telling about the glorious victory over the Emperor's elite knight, and he did it not for his own benefit, but to protect the country and the population. The commander raised his sword and pointed it towards the enemy. He urged the army to do the same as he had just done. The time had come to return the lands and people captured by the occupier in an honest and fair fight. Leon did not immediately realize that the agreement at the beginning of the duel had been broken by his own commander. The people around were raging and making noise like the sea. The battle frenzy began to gradually spread. Meanwhile, the commander emphasized that today, not even the Empire's demonic servants, the Hellbrain puppets, would save the Imperials. Now the enemy ranks would break and shatter under the pressure of the Alliance warriors. Everyone around was chanting the names of their commanders. Leon felt out of place in this case. He was delighted with his commander, and everyone around was certain that today the walls of the Empire's Black Knights would fall before them. Baxter ordered the soldiers not to get carried away with the advance, because if they went too deep into the enemy ranks, they could get stuck there. And the enemy forces were still strong and had not broken formation. The first to realize that something was wrong was the ogre. He asked his comrade to stop and cease. Baxter turned to his comrade's words. But now he had no opportunity to stop, because behind and ahead of him his fighters rushed into attack, and after that it was impossible to stop so as not to undermine the fighting spirit. The enemy was preparing to strike back. The soldiers lowered their weapons. A whole forest of pikes and axes descended towards the attackers. It seemed that the Empire's army acted like a wound-up mechanism. From the very beginning, their behavior seemed strange. Baxter turned around and understood what exactly his comrade was trying to tell him. The trap was so simple, and the Alliance mercenary squad fell into it just like that. There was no need to guess what was to happen next. From the enemy's spears, halberds, and axes burst something that from afar looked very much like lightning. These secret charges flew towards the enemy. The mercenary soldiers fell struck by lightning. Blood flowed over the bodies and the ground. Bex fought with those he could reach. He did not want to panic, but everything seemed to indicate that the enemy was attacking them with mana. It was hard to believe, as it is very difficult to teach such a number of people to wield energy. But the truth was cruel. Such a powerful charge could only be generated by a very large number of people. And now the enemy was swapping places in ranks so that new warriors could release a new charge at the enemy. The ogre tried to sneak up to his comrade to pull him out from under attack, while Beck thought about how Zelprane had actually pulled off a grand scheme, as he managed to gather so many trained warriors into one force. The enemy advanced in ranks against the opponents. They attacked the mercenary squad, which was trying to escape in panic. After all, people realized who and what was really attacking them. The dead and the living mixed into one heap. Leon grabbed Baxter and shielded him from the next mana charge with his back. The man still hadn't recovered from the shock. He was thinking about whether to hide or run away. After all, the enemy was just mocking them now. The future of the battle was almost decided at that moment. Only a miracle could save it. Baxter pulled himself together and loudly commanded the 28th Squad to spread out as widely as possible to nullify the enemy's efforts. Alliance soldiers stood silently watching the flying burning balls rushing through the air towards them. At first, it was unclear what they were, but one of the warriors saw that they were balls of burning straw. One of the commanders gave the order to gather behind shields so that the fire could not harm the soldiers. They did just that. The losses were minimal. But the main effect of using these bullets was that they forced the mercenaries to take cover. The enemy ranks were broken. Even experienced commanders felt embarrassed that they were treated this way, and so easily deceived. Soldiers of the hostile army advanced in straight lines and brought death. The distance between the two armies was shrinking. The soldiers were separated only by a sea of fire and flames. People expected that a brutal slaughter would soon begin, and everyone around was anxious and angry. The people clashed in a bloody duel. Neither side was willing to yield to the enemy. But a dire situation also arose regarding the fact that the mercenaries' men were unprepared for such a swift attack. One of the Lord Commanders informed his men to prepare, as the enemy was advancing seriously. This time the situation was to be resolved by a final victory and the defeat of the enemy forces. His comrade and cavalry commander ordered his soldiers to prepare. The swift attack was to stop the enemy and give the infantry time to recover, on whose shoulders the main burden of this battle was to fall. The horsemen rushed at the enemy. The horses thundered on the ground with their hooves. The enemy did not break formation. The commanders ordered their men to stick together and not retreat. The enemy ranks closed tightly. The first ranks of the Empire's warriors took the attack upon themselves. They protected themselves and their comrades with shields, trying to hold back the cavalry, which was crashing into the enemy at high speed, trying to overturn their defense. The knights charged after their commander. The cavalry was now of decisive importance. Much depended on the success of their attack, and all the knights acted as one. They knew that the life and existence of the alliance depended on them now. One of the main commanders reared his horse and shouted a slogan meant to rally all the Arcadians into attack and make them go into such a charge, supporting each other regardless of which social class they belonged to. The knights swiftly charged at their enemy. They targeted the foe, knowing they were saving the life of the entire state. Their swords and armor gleamed in the sun. It is terrifying even to imagine how they will get out of this battle. The enemy army commanders forced their soldiers to close ranks. They prepared not to let a single horseman reach the core of the army, as that could cause serious problems. A clash occurred in the middle of the battlefield. The infantry and spearmen of the Empire met the enemy cavalry. The opponents engaged in a fierce fight. Both sides held their breath and waited for what might happen. The commanders ordered to hold back the Alliance warriors at any cost, not to let them seize the initiative on the battlefield. For then, the Empire would suffer huge losses and might even lose this battle. Spears and swords crossed in a deadly duel. The warring sides tried to break through the enemy ranks and cause maximum damage. But everyone knew what weakness of body and spirit could lead to today. Finally, the ranks of the Empire began to yield to the enemy's advance. The spearman commander gave the order to retreat. No one wanted to leave the battlefield in flight, but there was no other option. The army must be saved. The cavalry, as always, was stronger in maneuverability and speed. The horsemen, clad in heavy armor with shining swords and spears, formed a tight formation. Their main goal was to break through the infantry lines. The infantry, in turn, was more massive and resilient, but less mobile. The soldiers were armed with swords, pikes, axes, and shields, creating a so-called wall of lines. They knew their strength lay in holding the defense. The cavalry tried to break through their lines, but the infantry, gathered in tight ranks, created a convenient defense. The cavalry pressed several times, but each of its advances met with powerful resistance. But suddenly it became clear that the cavalry had found its weakness. Thanks to maneuvers on the flanks and sudden attacks from the sides, it managed to break the infantry ranks. Those who showed the slightest weakness or stopped became easy targets for the horsemen. The commander of the Imperial Army Infantry ordered his men to form up with renewed strength. They had to repel the enemy. Otherwise, they would perish on this field. The commander ordered to prepare and open fire on the enemy. For a moment the rider stopped. It seemed that the ground under the horse was groaning. The soldier was seriously frightened. He was not going to simply accept that his unit could be stopped. But the situation was more dangerous than it seemed. A huge explosion shook the ground. A real hell swirled around. People were thrown high into the air. Officers' commands went unanswered by the subordinates. Another danger arose before the rows of soldiers. Battle trolls broke through. They destroyed everyone who crossed their path. Sometimes even their own soldiers fell under the enemy's blow. The mercenary squad did not notice how it fell into a trap. From under the rocky desert ground, the eyes of Imperial soldiers were visible. They tried to avoid the hooves of the knightly horses and waited for an opportunity. Archers shot at the battle trolls. They did not know where to go, as they were surrounded. Arrows tore their bodies apart. Armed with close-range weapons, they could do nothing against long-range bows. Enemy cavalry launched a counterattack. They tried to push back the enemy forces. Leon was one of the first in their squad to meet the opponent. He dodged the attack and thought about how he would manage to defend himself. Somewhere behind, Beck's call was heard. He ordered the soldiers to be careful and try to form a front against the enemy cavalry. Ogru managed to stop a horseman trying to break through with his own chest. The horse's hoof hit Ogru right in the forehead. Fortunately, he was protected by a helmet. The hoof bounced off very easily, but the consequences of this were truly catastrophic. The horse and rider flew very high. Leon's eyes began to burn with rage. He was losing control of himself. But this played into the hands of the mercenary squad. Leon personally defended the squad's front while the men tried to line up. Behind the ogre stood his comrade. He extended his hand to Leon and thanked him for what he had done. The man was surprised that even the armor on the half-blood friend was intact, damaged only in places. Beck told that although the Imperial army decided to go on the counterattack, at the moment the situation on the battlefield was favorable for the Alliance. This was achieved thanks to high-ranking knights armed with mana. The ogre was surprised. He did not expect the squad commander to start praising the Arcadian mercenaries. But Leon's attention was distracted by something else. He heard a whistle in the air. In a moment, the sky was covered with a cloud of arrows. The Empire's archers opened a barrage of fire on the enemy. Their bows were renowned across the continent for their power and strength, and the archers were considered among the best. So now they were preparing volley after volley. Leon looked at the sky. It was swarming with arrows. They were all flying towards the ogre. The ogre had no shield or other protection, and Leon mentally prepared for the worst scenario imaginable. Beck came to the rescue in time. His loud shout awakened Leon from his stupor, and he closed himself with a shield together with the commander. The arrows deeply pierced the shield, but the comrades held it firmly for each other. The mercenary soldiers could not hold out. They ran to the commander, trying to escape the arrows. But the arrows reached them. The projectiles hit them, blinding eyes and wounding bodies. The people begged the commander for mercy. Leon perfectly understood that this would be followed by a swift attack of infantry or cavalry, which was supposed to clear everything around. He felt that something was also happening inside him. An arrow hit his leg and was now just sticking out of it. This gave him strength. The ogre began to suspect that now rage and fury would control his entire being. He could not guarantee that innocence would not suffer. The ogre's eyes began to blaze with anger. He heard even louder cries starting to sound around. The enemy squad commander ordered the spearmen to gather their strength and attack. It was worth taking the opportunity to surround the enemy to finally put an end to their resistance. The battle could be finished with one blow, but Leon himself stood in the way of his plans. With powerful blows of his battle axe, he cut through the bodies of the people around. Body parts and severed arms and legs flew into the air. Once again, the ogre saved the situation at a critical moment. The commander of the list-bearers could not understand what had happened. Only later did he see the monster tearing his soldiers to pieces. And only then did he realize that his legs and lower body were separate from his torso. And Leon in his fury was terrible. He tore through the ranks of soldiers who tried to resist his power. The enemy tried to align their ranks evenly, but under the pressure of such a mighty monster, they never succeeded even once. Many from the back rows tried to understand what was happening. They even asked questions over the battle dust and shouted over the noise around. But no one could clearly explain anything. Yet everyone eventually saw the mighty ogre. Enemy soldiers flew around. They tried to defeat Leon, but they failed. The beast and the true monster broke out after seeing blood and realizing that his comrades could be harmed. Such a strong enemy attracted the attention of the battle trolls. For a moment, they even forgot about the arrow fire. They tried to see who among the people was capable of such a thing. One of the trolls roared the command to attack the Alliance troops to his comrade. In the creature's eyes burned anger and rage towards the people. Baxter noticed the approaching danger in time. He warned the knights about it, and they only expected their commander to give them orders, as following the mercenary officer's instructions was beneath their honor and dignity. Finally, the commander of the Knights Squadron, Marquis Pavlo, ordered the warriors to attack. The knightly order was to lead the attack, and all other troops were to support it and attack by auxiliary means. It was necessary to make it in time before the enemy restored their formation. Many considered it pointless to attack the trolls, as they could be easily dealt with by a catapult or archers to avoid close combat. The commander of the knights praised the one who had been holding back the enemy all this time. He became curious about who commanded that squad, as it was worth rewarding him for his merits. Of course, if they managed to survive this battle, trolls retreated before the Alliance cavalry. They began to run towards their allies, but it turned out that they did not want to let them through. This only meant that the trolls had to break through the ranks of the allied troops. Leon, meanwhile, did everything he could to stop the enemy's advance as much as possible. He seemed tireless, and this scared his opponents even more, increasing the psychological pressure in their ranks. One of the horsemen jumped at the ogre trying to knock him down, but he failed. The officer wanted to warn his subordinates that the Imperial troops were retreating and giving up positions. With a powerful strike, Leon sent him deep among his allies. The man did not expect such a strong blow. He thought about the fact that he had not left the field in time and was now forced to stay here. The soldiers, seeing the fate that befell their officer, began to flee in panic. They no longer wanted to fight. After all, it was simply impossible to defeat such a powerful enemy in battle. Leon saw his advantage. Around him, calls to catch up with the enemy and finish him off were already sounding. But at the moment, he decided to single-handedly put an end to the soldiers' flight. The ogre tightly gripped the spear for a throw. The next moment he made a powerful swing and threw the spear after the Emperor's soldiers. The force was such that it released a whole bunch of energy. The spear pierced through two soldiers at once. They did not immediately understand what had happened. After all, the spear pierced them right through. People could not fully comprehend the fate that had befallen them. The spear turned out to be the enemy cavalry standard, and now it was sticking right out of the body of an Imperial soldier. The ogre stopped the enemy cavalry's advance, and for a long time drew the enemy's attention, partially disrupting their attack. The battle frenzy left Leon. He heard the voice of Uncle Baxter nearby. He assured the ogre that everything was actually fine, and there was no need to be nervous. The ogre did not immediately understand what was being said to him, and Beck assured that Leo's efforts had paid off. Imperial troops are retreating in panic. The Alliance cavalry is chasing and destroying them on the move. Thanks to Leon, the enemy center was broken through, and now mercenaries and knights are confidently advancing there. Over the battlefield rang a mighty roar of many throats. These were the troops of the Alliance who had won today's battle. People looked at the corpses and bodies of the enemy and their friends, and understood that today they had endured. One of the mercenary soldiers boasted to the commander about how many enemies he defeated today. The commander praised him. The 28th Squad surprisingly did not lose a single fighter on the battlefield. Leon could not understand the Allies' merriment. It hurt him to look at the pile of bodies lying on the battlefield after the clash. He received praise only from his uncle. But for the ogre himself, there was no reason for joy. Already after the battle, late in the evening, near the campfire, Leon was talking with Beck. He was telling that the ogre truly deserved all these praises. After all, thanks to his efforts, the 28th Squad survived in full. Leon was pondering that earlier. When he fell into a rage, he could not remember anything. But he remembered today's day very well. He killed so many people unknown to him and received praise for it. The ogre thought, could this really be the true war? Darev and Baxter discussed today's events over a mug of beer, and even thought about the reward that the mercenary squad and Leon personally would receive for their efforts. Baxter assured that for him personally, it was enough that he became a centurion, a commander. And in the next battle, it was simply worth surviving. He was not thinking about gold yet. Something else was troubling him. The commander was worried about whether it was possible to keep battle trolls with them. After all, they were quite dangerous allies, and Rosemary could not train them well enough to obey the orders of others. Leon learned from his uncle that the leadership entrusted the ogre himself to command the troll squad. Behind, a dissatisfied rumble was heard. But Leon said that the troll should calm down and not open his mouth anymore. Baxter praised Leon for getting a promotion immediately after the first battle. Such was rare even among humans. Moreover, he saved the lives of many soldiers, so he could be proud of himself. The ogre himself thought that he did not understand the human world. He killed many people without even knowing anything about them, and for this, he was praised and rewarded with all blessings. The human world, to which his mother belonged, was complicated. One of the mercenary soldiers asked Baxter to allow him and his comrade to leave the camp for personal matters. But the commander was against it. He was constantly expecting that the Emperor's troops would attack his squad. Darev was not against it. But violating Baxter's order was not right from the point of view of hierarchy. The man thought that he could in no way jump over the head of his superior. But there was one idea. He looked at the trolls who were quartered not far from him. The man hinted that their current commander was Leon, and it was possible to use this to leave the camp under his escort. But the ogre himself was very busy now. He was practicing spear fighting techniques because a lot depended on it today. Leon himself preferred training with his new weapon made from a flagpole. The fighters discussed it. After all, the blacksmith had specially remade the thick spear shaft so that it would actually suit the new troll commander. Now he was becoming even more dangerous for the enemies. Dare explained to his subordinates that the troll commander possesses a unique talent for spear fighting. Even when he has a very strong grip, it is not worth just using force. Leon unexpectedly and purely accidentally dropped the spear from his hands. He did not want to hurt anyone, but the spear flew towards Danev. He looked at the student confusedly and ordered him to train more carefully within the camp. The ogre stood before the mentor and asked how to manage when the spear was sometimes very heavy, even for him at the moment he was spinning it in his hand. Danev suggested that it was worth spinning the spear clockwise. It was worth trying and finding your own style. Otherwise, he would achieve nothing. From the very beginning, grip strength did not matter. It was necessary to start smoothly and slowly to avoid injuring anyone. Leon calmed down and fully focused on the spear. His mind was at peace. He felt the nature of the spear. It seemed to him now like a part of his body. And Leon decided that this is exactly how a master feels. The fighters watched with admiration as Leon practiced with the spear. They even decided not to distract him with their requests, because the troll commander was completely immersed in the world of strength and mana. Leon from time to time asked his mentor if he was doing everything correctly. The mentor gave him necessary advice, and soon the ogre began to work even more skillfully. He himself was amazed at what he was capable of with support. The men were simply thrilled by how the ogre accelerated and its movements. Darev only guided it. It was hard to imagine what the ogre was now capable of in battle. But soon they saw that too. The coach ordered to practice attack and defense techniques. Leon skillfully attacked with a spear, making lunges. But it is also worth noting his ability to block the opponent's attack. Derev was proud of his student. He saw with what admiration the other soldiers looked at him. And the ogre understood that now he was doing all this not only for himself, but also to protect his allies. Derev praised the ogre. He assured that at this pace he would be able to extract all the advice and useful information in less than a year. Leon thanked him. After all, a huge merit in his training is the teaching from the master. The mentor took advantage of the opportunity. He said that gratitude from the student could be a permission for them to visit the nearest market. It was there that they could watch people and buy something for themselves. The ogre asked if the market could be open now. After all, it was supposed to be closed during the hostilities. But Denev assured that there was a truce now, and many still wanted to profit from the soldiers' gold. The market greeted them with noise and calls from merchants to taste wine and dishes of their own preparation. Denev was right. The merchants did not miss the chance to use the soldiers' gold, even risking their lives. Leon was dressed from head to toe. It was hard to even imagine that someone could suspect him of being a half-blood. Comrades tried to calm him down and convince him that the city was quite safe, and there was no need to be so nervous. The crowd of girls noticed their group. They clearly wanted to sell their love and affection for the mercenaries' gold. Derev assured that they were very attentive and agile, so he did not mind spending time in their company. The girls were happy with such a proposal. After all, mercenaries were always generous with gold. The experienced soldier perfectly understood the power of interest in their persons. But he did not mind, as the outing was truly a unique chance to rest. He let his comrades walk around the city, ordering them to be exactly in this place in 2 hours. The old experienced man knew the value of soldiers' entertainments. Leon found himself alone. But it did not last long. He suddenly noticed a girl next to him who assured that his comrades would not return soon. And she also had 2 free hours, so they could rest together. The ogre panicked. He really did not know what to do. Going to the city, he did not think that things would turn out this way. Meanwhile, the girl was interested in how long he had been a mercenary. After all, he seemed the youngest in the whole group. Leon was confused. He began to guess that the girl was hinting at something he had long heard about in conversations with allies, but had never had to do himself. But soon he relaxed. The girl simply offered him a walk around the city and to show him everything around. He realized that nothing bad would happen to them now, and there was no need to worry so much about it. It was very noisy around. Finally, they got tired of walking and entered a pleasant, cozy corner. The girl snuggled up to him and tried to hint at something, and Leon asked why they did that. The girl meanwhile looked at him attentively and asked if he was really the youngest among the whole group. After all, he was distinguished by great height and did not resemble a young man. So she was interested in what his name was. When the orc named himself, the girl assured him that she was very pleased. And Leon himself did not know how to act next. Before him was a real beauty, whom until that moment he had never met or been so close to. The girl took him by the edge of the cloak and pulled it back. Underneath was a face with large fangs. At first it was hard to believe what she saw. But in reality, before her was the face of a half-blood. The frightened girl tried to cover her mouth with her hand and calm down. Her eyes opened wide in surprise and horror. But in fact, she did not want to be near this monster. Leon tried to stop her as the girl fled from him in panic. He did not want to raise unnecessary noise around himself. But this event could break and disrupt his plans. Night fell on the camp. It was dark around, and only in one of the tents torches burned brightly, and there was light. It was there that the conversation of several men could be heard, although they tried to speak very quietly. 2 men spoke, 2 knights in armor. They came here because the Empire had once taken everything they had. But at the moment they had another goal. It was less noble. The commander of the Phantom Squad of Fardia sat behind the table surrounded by his loyal knights. He was telling how long he had tried to gather them all under his wing, and how much effort it really cost him. Now before them stood a difficult target. They had to kill the Emperor. Their goal was the person of the ruler of the Empire, and nothing was to prevent them from doing so. In the tall grass, Leon tried to sneak up on his target, but he was clearly visible despite all his efforts. Baxter stopped him with a wave of his hand. Ahead was either an ambush, or someone was waiting for them. The Emperor's rangers could be nearby, so it was worth being wary of traps and treachery from the enemy. On the ground lay the body of a man who was clearly on the brink of death. His last words were a warning that there were archers in the trees with poisoned weapons. The man was warning. Baxter understood the seriousness of the situation. He knew this weapon perfectly. Even the simplest contact with it could be deadly dangerous. Behind him, the noise of the squad following him was heard. Denev appeared behind. He inquired about the cause of the delay. Derev asked if it could really be savages who tear out the hearts and livers of prisoners and eat them. The comrades suggested retreating, but Baxter knew there was no way back, so it was worth moving straight ahead. An ambush awaited them in the trees. Fighters armed with crossbows were watching the enemy. Nothing indicated their presence, so the results were expected to be positive. The ambush would justify itself. The ogre heard the uncle's command regarding the ambush now being in the trees. So in the open area, they would now move by crawling. For Leon, this was difficult to do given his size and dimensions. Derev did not support his commander. He emphasized that it was worth being a warrior and dying with honor. But Baxter assured that it was a personal choice for everyone and not worth risking the entire squad. Leon did not like this idea from the very beginning. He asked the commander to allow an attack standing upright. At the moment, Leon was forbidden to do this. It was not the time for acts of heroism. The ogre said that if the problem was to find the ambush, it was located in the nearby trees. Leon sensed their scent. He suggested to Beck to go and destroy the ambush. Baxter said that in that case the ogre could go alone, but he needed to be very careful, because risking life in this case was extremely unwise. Derev also asked to beware of thoughtless risk. Just in case, the man reminded his student about his mother, who definitely would not survive the loss of her only son. The ogre assured that this was a well-considered decision. He was not afraid of poison, as it would not affect his body. Besides, he had a plan for such a case. So Leon seemed to have everything under control at first glance. The soldier in the ambush waited for the enemy to appear. According to his calculations, he should have appeared long ago. He could not believe that the mercenary had passed by him, and he might not have seen him. His comrades were also silent. Even if they crawled through the grass, he could see them by the movement of the grass. The next moment a signal was given that the enemy had passed. The warrior instantly threw out his weapon and fired in the direction of the probable enemy. The arrow hit the bird. It pierced the animal through and through. The soldier's nerves couldn't take it. He did not want to believe that the mercenary squad could slip past him. Believing that the enemy decided to simply surrender was even harder. A thought about changing position already arose in his head, but at the moment he could not do it. Lost in thought, the soldier did not notice the half-blood descending on him from above. A loud scream was heard on the crossbowman's comrades' radios. One of the subordinates asked his commander if he was really okay, but no answer came. After a minute, the commander finally responded. Leon covered the ambushed soldier's mouth with his hand. He responded in the radio so skillfully that the subordinates did not even distinguish the voice of another man. The latter looked at him in surprise. The soldier found it strange to see the crimson skin of his opponent. He thought that bringing an ogre to the war was a very bad idea. However, this guy was smaller than the ogre. After that, he could no longer think. Leon crushed his opponent's head with one light movement. The bound soldier sat in Baxter's tent. He saw before him the guy who had neutralized him. The man, the commander, asked if the subordinate restrained himself. He replied that he only broke the enemy's nose. Denev warned the prisoner that cracking the poison capsule was a bad idea since it was no longer between the teeth. They had pulled it out while the soldier was unconscious. But the prisoner replied that he wouldn't say anything anyway. The old man promised to make the soldier reveal even the color of his wife's underwear. For this, he has special methods, so it's not worth resisting like the Imperial Rangers. Derev asked the ogre to take off the helmet. According to the old man, it was supposed to become a secret weapon that helped untie tongues. This very warrior decided the lives of many knights of the Empire, knocking them down with one hand. Leon bent over the soldier, and Derev continued to tell that the ogre by nature is very stupid, and in his own way loves people. According to the old man's words, he liked to eat human corpses. But today he is not against living flesh. Baxter promised that eating alive would be very cruel, and he is not going to ask the ogre to be more kind. A loud scream came from the tent. The ranger begged for mercy, and he will tell everything. The mercenary leader reported to his allies and commanders about the successful operation of the 28th Squad, who managed to capture the ranger commander, who became a source of important information. Later he spoke before the squads of his mercenaries. He told them that the command had recognized his soldiers for their faithful service, and organized rest, and a special festive dinner for them. Leon thought about the fact that Baxter would receive the award again. And the squad, according to the leader himself, was supposed to distinguish itself further during special operations. So today, they are deservedly heroes. The men emphasized that in many ways they owed it to Leon in this regard. He neutralized the enemy ambush and managed to bring back a captive. So the first toasts were actually for him, not for his commander. The soldiers celebrated. They understood that another day lived in the war was a gift from heaven for them. It was precisely under such conditions that life felt completely different. Sam Leon listened carefully to what was being said. He heard how they admired his resilience and strength, for he was not afraid of poisonous arrows and danger. The soldiers praised the ogre for his bravery. Baxter brought a girl to him. He said that now Leon, as the squad commander, needed a personal messenger. And from today, he was to pass all information through the girl messenger, not personally. The girl's name was Jenna, and she immediately greeted the commander. She was not afraid of him in any way. Jenna promised to serve Leon faithfully and was glad to fight under his command. Evening came. The squad was still celebrating. Leon led the girl to his tent. She did not understand his intentions correctly, and life had taught her to stay away from such things. She asked if they really left the group of men so that the commander could finally satisfy himself with her young, beautiful body, but Leon immediately cut her off. He told that there were a lot of people there and he would tell her everything alone, in silence and peace. Moreover, they were supposed to talk to get to know each other better. Otherwise, she could leave right now. He suggested eating together with him, but Jenna modestly refused. She talked about how the commander was very tired after the combat sortie, but he assured that everything was fine. The girl was even more surprised. She asked if it was appropriate for an ordinary servant to sit at the same table with the commander. The ogre assured that his servant could do so. He saw no difference between them. Next to her on the bench was a dish with pieces of delicious food. Leon promised to bring more if she was not full, but the girl modestly thanked him. She had never known such good treatment in her life. After a short silence, the ogre said that he did not need a servant. He would personally talk about it with his uncle. So from now on, she was free and could take care of her own affairs and not come here. The girl began to get nervous. She asked if she had done something wrong, to which Leon assured that she was not guilty of anything. He just did not need a servant, and she was a free person, not obliged to anything. Jenna said that she could do a lot despite her functions as a messenger. She could manage the household and help the commander. He assured that he could do all that himself. After which he added, he said that in his company she might feel bad and uncomfortable. After all, the helmet somewhat hides him from people. When they see what is hidden, their reactions vary. The ogre began to take off his helmet. Meanwhile, the girl praised him and said that she had heard a lot of different information about him. But Leon asked what her opinion would be after that. He took off the helmet and stood before her in all his glory. But to his surprise, this did not scare the girl. She looked at him with admiration. Jenny really liked the commander. She looked at him with wide eyes. Leon was even forced to ask if she was all right, because she silently looked at him without taking her eyes off. Soon they were sitting on the floor enjoying the pastry. The girl assured him that everything was really fine. She was curious if there were really those who ran away when they saw the ogre without a helmet. He confirmed. He told about the fact that those who fled were usually much more than those who stayed. Jenna asked him a lot of various questions. One of them concerned whether he had ever met someone like himself. Leon assured that he was one of a kind, and that was enough for this land, which bore him alone with his sufferings and torments. The girl assured that he was right in his own way. Such an answer could seem rude, but Jenna hurried to calm him down. After all, he differed only externally. In reality, Leon was no worse than a human, and he perfectly understood this himself. There was more humanity in him than in some humans. Especially Jenna's soul was touched by the eyes of her commander. They differed from beastly or monster eyes, and the girl was ready to look into them for a long time, because they were somehow warm and friendly. She assured that she had not seen more beautiful eyes in her short life. These words stunned the ogre. He asked her not to praise him anymore. Leon felt somehow strange and could not understand the reason. For Leon, this was strange. He had been used all his life to being bullied or mocked. He considered himself a half-blood, unworthy of living a normal human life, cursed by everyone. Now it was hard to believe that he was sitting so freely next to a beautiful girl who was not afraid of him at all. So this moment seemed very pleasant and unforgettable to him. The evening was definitely a success, and the risk was justified. The girl asked whether he would really go into battle again. He assured that this was his main goal in life. Jenna asked him to be careful in that case, because if he died, no one would know about his good heart. Soon Leon fell asleep. He enjoyed being in this place, but even more pleasant was the company of this beautiful girl. Morning came. Baxter led his squad into attack. People fought alongside battle trolls. The man was preparing to attack the Empire's rangers, who could stand in the way of his further advance. The rangers fiercely defended themselves. They unleashed volleys of arrows like a whole rain on the enemy. Yet the mercenaries gradually advanced, not paying attention to losses at the moment. The enemy army had already approached almost at close range. People and trolls, covered with shields, went like a steel wall against the enemy, who was clearly starting to lose his nerves. Derev and Baxter led the brave ones. Their people also suffered from the enemy's arrows. They fell to the ground like mown down. Some still stood on their feet but were seriously wounded in the face. In some, arrows stuck out from their eyes and right from their throats. Imperial troops, who came to help the Rangers, decided to use the ballista. Soon the deadly weapon was ready to attack. The arrow shot from it flew like lightning into the ranks of the enemy. It hit a battle troll right in the chest, almost tearing his body in half. The troll did not even fully understand what had happened to him. He did not expect that the enemy would have a weapon that would stop him. Another troll raised his hands high and fell right onto his comrades. The people were afraid. They were about to flee in different directions. Yet the commander restrained their panic and promised to resolve the issue. Baxter with his loyal soldiers thought about how he could destroy the enemy ballista. After all, the trolls were very afraid of it after what happened to their comrades. And the trolls' panic could break the ranks of the squad. Seeing what was happening to the trolls, the ballista commander ordered his men not to stop and to keep firing continuously. They skillfully followed their leader's command. The battle trolls began to retreat, unwilling to die. High in the air above the loaded ballista, a shadow suddenly appeared. The ballista commander wanted to find out who this madman was, risking himself to destroy the enemy artillery. With a powerful blow of his battle axe, Leon split the ballista in half. Pieces of wood and iron flew in different directions. No one even understood who could act so boldly and recklessly at the same time. Only later did Baxter guess that the hero was Leon. The ogre was made commander of the 36th Squad, and he justified the leadership's trust. The ogre was going to attack again and again, saving lives. Being on enemy territory, Leon became a good, easy target for the enemy. He had to defend himself, but in haste forgot to take his shield. So now he stood open before the enemy. The Emperor's elite rangers opened fire on the enemy. They tried to hit the warriors' weakly protected spots, but they really failed. The shooters wondered what was wrong with their opponent, and Leon began to hit the tree trunk with all his might with his axe, trying to knock the shooters down from there. They panicked, got confused, and did not know what to do. They could not aim at the ogre because they were shaking, and he was very close. Finally, the tree was cut down. With a powerful kick, the ogre knocked all the soldiers away from there. He did not intend to stay there for long. Yet, there was nothing else to do. The archers fell from the tree like overripe fruits. They could not hold on there and simply fell. Panic and horror were visible on their faces, and below, death awaited them. Baxter and Denev realized that it was time to act. They raised the squad to attack. It became clear that the path was cleared for them by the commander of the 36th Squad. With loud cries, the squad rushed into the attack. The Rangers thought they had finally managed to escape danger, but that was only at first glance. The area was full of trolls, and they were pursuing the enemy. One of the battle trolls jumped out from the nearby bushes. He was very furious and wanted to avenge the death of his battle comrades. So no mercy was to be expected from such a creature. The Knights of the Empire, who stood on the walls of the nearest fortress, watched carefully what was happening in the forest. They thought about going to help, but something held them back. Now they began to be seriously afraid. Hell raged below. There, Leon and his uncle, with the support of the soldiers of their squad, fought against the Imperial troops, tearing and cutting all who were against them. People screamed and fell dead. A hail of arrows fell again on Leon and his allies. The ogre managed to cover himself with a huge shield and protect those who were near him. The commander of the Imperial troops ordered the Rangers to retreat, and the artillerymen to load the ballista and attack with bolts and arrows. The released arrow hit the target directly. It killed many, not distinguishing who was an ally and who was an enemy. The bodies of people rose high into the air. Leon managed to hide and survive the enemy attack. The battle troll could not endure. He stood up to full height and ran towards the fortifications behind which the Empire's troops stood. His plan became clear to many. No one intended to stop him. The troll and Leon simultaneously crashed into the wall, trying to knock the enemy soldiers down from there and simply stop the shooting. Both exerted all their strength. Leon asked the troll to lend him his back. The plan was that by pushing off from her, Leon would be able to fly over the enemy. The next moment, the ogre hovered high in the air above the enemy ranks. All the Empire's soldiers looked at him in surprise, not understanding who was before them. They were so surprised that they even forgot that it was worth retreating before the enemy, or at least hiding. So Leon lowered his battle axe very skillfully. Ice shards flew off it in all directions, and Leon avenged everyone the enemies killed. He raged. No one dared to stand before him in battle. He was striking the wall with an axe, trying to break it and allow the allies to burst inside through the breach. Soon his efforts were crowned with success. Baxter ordered his subordinates to regroup and prepare to storm. He could not allow his nephew's efforts to be in vain. Leon meanwhile fought with the knights who tried to prevent the enemy from passing through the breach. The ogre held the defense against all who dared to block Baxter's way. This time the enemy he faced was fast and very skillful. The knights struck the already tired Leon, and he did not even try to defend himself. Fatigue and the prolonged fight had drained much of his strength. Another attack by the knight was successful. He broke through Leon's helmet and reached his very neck. He fell. He no longer had the strength to defend himself. Blood splattered into the air. The ogre fell to the ground. The knight stood over him, savoring his victory. He promised that the last hour had come for the beast who served the Alliance, and that he could say goodbye to life. Leon found it hard to believe that his final hour had come. He had not imagined his last moments this way. Yet, there was nothing he could do about it. Then a voice rang out. A stranger addressed the knight in armor. He said that the Knights of Eterna are truly impressive, but at the same time, they are very ambitious, which plays a cruel joke on them. The knight was confused. A bearded man stood against him, skillfully drawing his sword and preparing to attack. The stranger promised that he would be the last thing the Empire's soldier would see before death.